is a sound test for the Performance, Assets and Strategy Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which will begin at 5:30.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Performance, Assets and Strategy Overview and Scrutiny Committee on the 4th of November 2025 at Cambridge City Council. I'd like to welcome, as well as committee members for the Performance, Assets and Strategy members of the Cabinet, the Services, Climate and Communities Overview Committees, the Joint Local Plan Advisory Group and other members of the Council who may also attend. For the sake of any members of the public watching, this is a meeting of the Performance, Assets and Strategy Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and other members are invited to contribute, but any voting would just be for members of the PAS Committee. We do have a short agenda this evening in terms of number of items, but we know that this will generate a lot of discussion. I've already circulated to members how we will structure the discussion, and that will be displayed on the slides at the end, broadly just going through the sections in the order of the draft local plan that we've all got in front of us as Appendix A. I would be really grateful if members and officers could keep contributions focused and to the point and not to repeat points already made. Obviously, this is about the strategy, the strategic sites and the policies. Sort of minor corrections can also be addressed directly to officers, and I think Jonathan, when he does his presentation, is going to let people know how they can do that. Moving on to apologies. I've had apologies from Councillor Dinah Pounds. Councillor Patrick Shield is unfortunately unwell, but will be joining the meeting online. Councillor Olaf Hauk, who's a member of the Services and Climate Committee, is unable to attend, and he will be replaced by his reserve Councillor Tim Bick. Councillor Divkovic is going to be a little late, and our Vice Chair, unfortunately, has got caught up in the Cambridge traffic, so should be here very shortly, Councillor Gawthrop Wood. Can I ask, before we move on, if any members have a declaration of interest to make? No, I'll take that silence as a good sign. Obviously, you can make a declaration at any point during the debate if you realise that there is a conflict that you need to declare. We do have draft minutes from our last meeting, but I've asked these to come to the next meeting as I appreciate there was so much documentation to go with this meeting. I thought it was probably a bit much to ask people to go through the minutes as well. So, moving on, we have a public question that has been submitted by Mr. Carpin, who I can see is here. Because obviously this is a scrutiny committee and I'm a member of the opposition who chairs it, it's been published on our website, so you'll be able to see the question. It's obviously up to Mr. Carpin whether he'd rather ask the supplementary now, because my proposal is that we pass the question to Cabinet, where it can be addressed in a couple of weeks by the Cabinet member, Councillor Thornborough, because obviously she's the decision maker in this rather than myself. So my proposal would be, if it's acceptable to Mr. Carpin, that we note the question in the minutes, it's published, and it's passed to Cabinet for a full response. Would that be acceptable? I can see Mr. Carpin's in the room. Oh, I mean, I'm more than happy if you wish to ask the supplementary, you're more than welcome, but obviously that would mean both of them would then be passed to Cabinet for a response in a couple of weeks, rather than you necessarily speaking at Cabinet. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Councillor Thornborough, are you happy for Mr. Carpin to ask his supplementary now? And we'll note that as well for the record and pass it to Cabinet. So I think members should have seen the question already. It's been circulated via email, and it's regarding architecture around neuroarchitecture at the university and whether that could be included in the local plan. Yeah, if you'd like to go with your supplementary question, Mr. Carpin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Poro. Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. You've got a huge amount of documentation with you, so I'm not going to plough through that into detail. I have already written 5 blog posts, at least, in response to the documentation that you've got. And this, my public question, basically picks up on a whole series of new research that is coming out of the pioneering field of neuroarchitecture. And my concern is I haven't seen that much in the documentation that you've got in you that refers to the new findings on actually how mentally and visually distressful current contemporary architecture that we are seeing going up in Cambridge causes for many people, to the extent that scientists can now measure the changes in the brain's activity and the brain's chemistry reflecting that. And the presentation given in Seoul recently, in fact, at the end of September, shows two things. One, that people with neurodiverse dispositions, and that includes me, are much more likely to be mentally and visually distressed by being in those sorts of built environments. And secondly, they are now seeing case studies where architectural firms are getting complaints from their clients because the staff of the clients are now refusing to work in those new spaces because they are causing migraines, headaches, and are in particular quite dangerous for people with epilepsy. The risk for Cambridge is that we start building all of these new buildings and homes and offices and end up then creating extra cost and extra work for yourselves and for industry, because you are designing buildings, and we are building buildings that are actually making people ill. And I think, given the research, especially that some of the research has come from the university based in our city, you should have a look at that. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Carp. And we will note that in the minutes. We'll pass it to Councillor Thornborough, who is here today, but obviously she's not a member of this committee as such. And obviously, I'm sure Councillor Thornborough will either address that prior to Cabinet or bring that up at Cabinet as well. Thank you very much, and I've taken some notes. Can I just note as well, Councillor Payne is also going to be attending online, but will be a little later. She's in a separate residents meeting at the moment. Oh, I beg your pardon, she's online now. There we go. Fantastic. So we're now going to move to the substantive item, the Greater Cambridge Local Plan. Before we do this, what I'd be really grateful, I'm going to go around the room and ask people to introduce themselves, just for anyone watching, starting with the Performance Assets and Strategy Committee, who are the voting members, followed by members of either the Joint Local Plan Advisory Group and the Services and Climate Committee, who are here to contribute, because obviously this spans a huge amount of work that both our scrutiny committees cover. And then I'll move over to officers, who I have to say have done an impressive job on the amount of evidence base. As you see, it's about 8,000 pages plus 800 of the draft local plan. I have to say thank you very much in advance. I appreciate we will be potentially asking you to change some and challenging that, but I don't think that should take away from the huge amount of work you've done to get it this far and get it all ready for this committee, which we do appreciate, because we understand the timescale has been very tight. So I'm sure members will want to join me in thanking officers for that. Could I perhaps start with Councillor Clough, and we'll just go round. If you're here with more than one hat on, as some of us are, please do let us know. Thank you, Councillor Clough.
Hugh Clough, Newnham Ward.
Mike Davey, Petersfield.
Tim Griffin, Coleridge Ward.
Jamie DL, West Chesterton.
Thank you. Those are members of the Performance Assets and Strategy Committee, and that also includes myself. I'm Councillor Katie Porrer. I'm the chair of this meeting. I'm also a member of the Joint Local Plan Advisory Group, and I sit on planning committees as well. And I'll now move to the other scrutiny committee. Oh, I beg your pardon, and Councillor Shield is online. Would you like to say?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Patrick Shield, Arbury.
Thank you very much for coming. Councillor Bennett, would you like to introduce yourself?
Councillor Bennett, Abbey Ward. I'm here with my JPLAG hat on.
Thank you.
Richard Swift, West Chesterton Ward.
Beth Gardner-Smith, Romsey Ward. The other Overview and Scrutinies Committee.
Karen Young, the Services, Climate and Communities Committee.
Tim Beck, Market Ward, same committee as Karen.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thornborough, would you like to introduce?
Hello, I'm Councillor Katie Thornborough. I'm the Cabinet Member for Planning and Transport.
Good evening, Stephen Kelly. I'm the Joint Director of Planning for the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service, City Council.
John Dixon, Planning Policy Manager.
Stuart Morris, Planning Policy Team Leader.
Terry D'Souza, Planning Policy Team Leader.
Heather Jones, Deputy Director for Greater Cambridge Shared Planning.
Lizzie Wood, Planning Policy Team Leader.
Lauren Wilkinson, Planning Policy Team Leader.
Max Laverack, Planning Policy Team Leader.
Thank you so much. And now my two colleagues in Democratic Services. I'm joined by Matt Stickley, who is our scrutiny person, keeps me on the straight and narrow, and Sarah and Michael, who is producing the meeting tonight. Thank you very much. So as discussed, I've suggested that we take this broadly in the order of the plan. So starting with comments on the overarching strategy, including the spatial strategy, the number of homes and jobs, and any comments on the consultation process. And I also just wanted to ask if the Cabinet member, Councillor Thornborough, did you want to say anything before we go into debate? It's up to you.
Very kind of you. I think maybe later on. Thank you.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you very much. And I know, obviously, we are the City Committee, but feel free to comment on anything. I appreciate our focus will probably be more likely on the city sites, but this is a joint local plan. This is a proposal to move from just the city having a local plan to merging it with South Cambs. And obviously, with local government coming forward, it is extremely likely that whatever form that takes, we will be with South Cambs. So, please, if members do want to raise things, that's absolutely fine. And I'm sure Councillor Thornborough will also take that back to the joint cabinet meeting. So this is coming to us today. We're first. Going to South Cambridge's scrutiny on Thursday, and then there will be a joint cabinet meeting in Camborne, I believe, in a couple of weeks for both the cabinet members here and at South Cambridge before it goes out to consultation on the 1st of December, subject to that being agreed. As you know tonight, we've got some recommendations in the cover report. What I hope to do is take back recommendations to cabinet. Some minor changes may be possible via officers and the cabinet members, both Councillor Thornborough and Councillor Dr Timmy Hawkins, who's the South Cambs representative, cabinet member. Some may be larger that we want cabinet to reflect on. So what I'll be doing is after every section, I'll try and do a summary of what I think I'm going to report back on your behalf, just so we know where we're going. We had originally asked the other scrutiny committee, the climate one particularly, to focus on the climate area and great places. Having said that, we're not a huge number of people. I'm very happy for yourselves on the other committee to jump in with questions under the headings if that's easier, as some of them kind of cross several headings, so I do understand that. So please do add your questions. So, who would like to start on the first part then? Councillor Griffin, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you. So I'm wondering, we have read that there's going to be a consultation starting on the 1st, going for 8 weeks, but I don't know what that consultation is going to look like. And, how there's a huge amount of documentation.
I do apologise, Councillor Griffin, this is entirely my fault. I completely forgot that Jonathan, of course, is about to do a presentation about this. Before we move to questions, that serves me right for spending a week with my head in a local plan and not remembering the... So if you just hold that thought for one moment. Okay. I apologise, Jonathan, I'm so sorry. As you've been... yeah, no, well, I had, but not intentionally, it has to be said. So I beg your pardon. So John and his colleagues are going to put forward a very brief presentation, just running through some of that, but please do come back with questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're about to, thank you, Stuart. You're going to control the slides for me. So we just thought we'd give a brief overview about what the local plan is, what it does, how we got here, some of the key issues it covers, a bit about the consultation, and a bit about what happens next. So, in summary, all local planning authorities are required to prepare a local plan to address future development of their area. It needs to identify what our strategic priorities are, what the needs are for the area, in particular homes, jobs, but also other needs like infrastructure. It needs to identify sites to meet that need. It also needs to guide how that need should be delivered, the design of places and so on. We're required normally to review those plans every 5 years, and we're a bit behind that timeline, but we're catching up. And as part of the planning reforms brought in by the new government, they set a requirement for plans being prepared under the current plan-making system to be submitted for examination by the end of December 26. So the timeline is quite tight, and this process and this timeline really fits in with aiming to achieve that. we actually started this plan-making process some time ago, with the first stages being back in 2020. We did a first conversation consultation about the sorts of issues that the plan should be addressing. We have lots of great events on that, including in the Corn Exchange. Then we held a first proposals consultation where we moved that on to what we thought might be the preferred options regarding the level of needs, allocations to meet them, and the approach to policies that we would want to prepare for the plan. We came back to members in 2023 with a development strategy update, but then we slightly paused as we addressed some challenging issues facing the plan, including water supply, transport, government change to the planning system, and a whole number of issues, most of which I think were largely outside of our gift to control. But we have now got back on track. We've addressed a number of those issues, found a way forward, and we're bringing you now a draft plan to consider to allow us to consult on what that plan might look like before then next year we produce, let's call it the final plan, the one we would want to prepare and submit to government for adoption. We would then consult on that again, gather representations, and aim to send it all off for government by the end of next year before there will be an independent examination held by an independent inspector, by the Planning Inspectorate, who would decide whether the plan we had prepared was sound and whether we could take it forward to adoption. So what's in front of you today? Well, this is a plan, we would call it under the Reg 18 stage. It's still very much the plan preparation and forming stage. But this time we have prepared a fully crafted draft local plan, along with a draft policies map, which shows how its policies have a spatial element to them. It's accompanied by a sustainability appraisal and habitats regulation assessment, which we're required to consult on alongside these. And they really compare all the alternatives we had available in making the choices around our preferred plan. As you mentioned earlier, a long list of evidence because we want to demonstrate that the policies we've put together are sound. So we've got topic papers accompanying each chapter in the plan, which give a bit more narrative about how we got here, what we considered as evidence, how we consider representations and comments we received up to this point, and so on, to give that background and flavour about how we got to each policy in more detail. Other technical documents, how we've cooperated with our neighbours, and then a suite of documents on a variety of topics, including, for example, all the sites we had in to put to us. We had over 900 sites, I think, put to us over the course of the plan, people suggesting where we should allocate that we've tested through this process. So an awful lot of material people can get their teeth into. Going through the plan itself, we have set out a vision and objectives. And very briefly, it looks at wanting to respond to our climate change impacts, respond to our flourishing economy, increase quality of life, and so on, and how we want development to minimise its carbon impacts, address the need for jobs, homes and infrastructure, also respond to that green infrastructure and biodiversity side, safeguarding our heritage and local landscapes. And we've got the tree diagram there. So I think our tree diagram with our 4 themes influencing how we deliver our homes, jobs and infrastructure has really gained traction through our plan making process, and we'll very much use it again as part of the consultation going forward. We've also developed through the process some clear aims around the sites that we've been looking to deliver. So again, in choosing sites, guided by considering the impact on climate change, their connectivity, looking at how we can protect and enhance the natural environment, looking at how we can support the special Cambridge economy, how we create distinctive places, and how we can deliver development in a sustainable way. So turning first, I guess, again to our needs. National planning policy requires us to identify what the objectively assessed needs are that we should be planning for. We established early on that in coming up with what we felt our housing needs should be, we needed to consider what was happening in the Cambridge economy and how many jobs we expected to happen over our planned period. And since we've last had a plan making stage, we've updated our economic evidence, and that indicates we expect around 73,000 jobs in the period between 2024 and 2045. We then looked at how many homes would be needed to support those jobs. Alongside that, the government significantly changed at the end of last year their standard method for housing. So they set a sort of baseline they expect councils to respond to in their plan making. And for this area, for Greater Cambridge, they significantly increased the annual requirement. And looking at the number of homes that will be needed to support the number of jobs indicates that the number of homes needed sits just below the standard method now set by the government for this area. So we will be planning to meet the government's standard method for housing for this area, which also meets our expectation for what's needed to support the economy. Looking then at how we address those needs, we've done a lot of exploration through this plan making process, looking at the sustainability and the pros and cons of developing at different locations across our area. I think going through those very briefly in turn, building in Cambridge is generally the most sustainable place because of its access to services, facilities, jobs, and so on. Although that absolutely has to be balanced with protecting the environment, heritage, and so on. And at an earlier stage, we identified the North East Cambridge site in particular, providing an opportunity to development in the area alongside a number of other brownfield sites in the city. The next we've consistently put in our sequence is the edge of Cambridge, because that offers benefits in terms of the proximity to the jobs and services in the city and opportunities for active travel, although it does mean you're putting those transport impacts of new development right on the edge of already congested areas. And in our first proposals consultation, we identified the airport site as now being available for development, which should provide a significant new urban quarter on the edge of the city. But in looking at the edge of Cambridge, we have to consider the green belt, because national planning policy requires us to only release green belt where there is exceptional circumstances for doing so. And that could be where you can't meet needs elsewhere, or where you fully explored alternatives of doing so. So we have looked, then at the next level, we considered being new settlements, where there's an opportunity to develop places where you can focus investment in transport infrastructure, where you can deliver critical mass to make sure people have access to services and facilities, and so on. And through the last round of plan making, of stage of this plan, as well as looking at Waterbeach and Northstowe, which are already part of our strategy, we looked at the opportunity to grow Camborne, with the opportunity provided by the Euston Rail and the new station coming there as well, alongside the A4 to 8 improvements and the Camborne to Cambridge busway and so on, as to how we can make Camborne a more sustainable place. At the village level, whilst we've identified some sites, some smaller sites in villages, our evidence has consistently said that scattering small developments across villages is not a sustainable way to respond to our overall growth needs. Next slide, please. So where does this get us looking forward? So some changes we've had to adapt to since our first proposals in particular is that we have adjusted the plan period. We were previously looking at 2040, now we're looking at 2045. We've also had to deal with some change. So the government withdrawing their funding for the relocation of the wastewater treatment works means that we can't rely on the significant number of homes we expected in North East Cambridge. We have looked hard again at the Cambridge urban area. So a number of sites were put to us through the call for sites we've carried out. We've got a number of sites have shown up through the KIT programme, and there are some sites we've identified separately in the local plan, such as around the Junction, Clifton Road and other sites. And together with Windfalls, we think they can still deliver around 5,500 homes looking forward to the next period. On the edge of Cambridge, the airport site over the longer term can deliver about 8,000 homes. We've got potential to add additional homes beyond the 3,000 already identified, another 2,500 at Eddington. We think there's potential to get some residential on the biomedical campus, so about 1,000 homes. And those are adding to the sites we've already got that will continue developing on the edge of Cambridge. So the Brookgate site in North East Cambridge, Darwin Green, Marley, Springstead Village, land north of sites and Warts Causeway and so on, to deliver around 6,000. The rest of the edge of Cambridge, as I mentioned, Greenbelt, and our evidence shows that releasing further development on the edge of Cambridge would have significant or very significant negative impacts on the Greenbelt. And the Greenbelt was established particularly to protect the heritage of the city, its setting and so on. So quite a specific reason for designating a Greenbelt, different from, say, London and so on. Looking elsewhere then, we wanted to compare, well, what are our opportunities to address the additional need we needed to find after the first proposals. So again, we explored the new settlement level in particular, and a number of sites tested in our evidence. And after comparing alternatives, we think there is an opportunity to develop a further new settlement southeast of Cambridge, what's known as Grange Farm in shorthand, which could be linked directly to the public transport improvements southeast of Cambridge, providing opportunities to connect to CBC and the wider city, but also to locate homes near to the three science parks campuses in that area, so good access to jobs already present, and to provide a site that can have the critical mass again to deliver a sustainable location of growth. So we've identified enough sites in sustainable locations such that we don't think there is the exceptional circumstances to release further land from the Greenbelt. Other issues on this slide, we haven't just addressed the need for homes. There is a strong supply of employment put forward, not only to meet the jobs needs, but to make sure we've got a flexible supply that can respond to change, as well as life sciences sectors. We've also responded to other needs, particularly for things like industry and warehousing, by identifying sites on the A14 corridor in particular. Next slide, please. So this slide really shows how the strategy all connects up with transport. So in many ways, the transport network has been a driver of our strategy. So all of the major sites are very much located on public transport corridor where improvements can be made to hopefully make public transport the natural choice for those sites and connect up homes with jobs and the city of Cambridge. So just briefly, some other key issues, some of which are already covered. So just to be clear on North East Cambridge, you will see we have still got in the plan a policy which expresses the council's original vision for North East Cambridge that was prepared through the area action plan for the area. Now, there is obviously doubt regarding the delivery of that original vision, but we want to include that policy at this point. We will need to revisit, so once we know more about Angling Water's plans for the site and how they're going to meet wastewater needs on their current site, we know we will need to revisit that framework. We understand more the relationship between that reworked site and the area. But we are not reliant on those homes to meet the needs and have a sustainable a land supply in the plan. I've covered green belt. One of the changes is that we no longer think there's a case to release land, particularly in Great Shelford, where we had identified a small site, particularly as a result of having Grange Farm in that corridor, in addition, compared with what we had there at the last consultation. We do think there is a case for releasing land from the Greenbelt, but to meet the specific circumstances of the biomedical campus, where additional development can help improve and make a world-leading campus and meet the needs there to rejuvenate and improve the existing site as well as provide additional space. And at the Baburn Research Campus to enable that site to evolve as well to do the unique functions that site does. So not general needs being met, but specific needs for those sites. Next slide, please. I've talked a lot about development, so built development, homes, jobs, and so on, but I must emphasise green infrastructure is a key element as well. So we'd hope to use those developments to deliver new green infrastructure, but also secure investment in the green infrastructure network that we identified through the previous round of consultation. I won't go over this in great detail, but this slide drawn from the consultation draft material shows the range of sites we've got coming forward, particularly in Cambridge, and it's a number of specific site allocations, but also broad policy areas where we want to guide potential improvements to corridors within the city as well. And then on the edge of Cambridge, we've got, again, the edge of Cambridge airport site showing the area of that, but also at the biomedical campus showing the area which potentially could be released from the green belts. I'll move on quickly. So the vision for Camborne, overall, in the longer term, the site could provide around 13,000 homes. So the aim is to very much focus and take advantage of the new railway station by maximising accessibility, make the area highly connected, including with the existing site, improve and create the high street, include employment land, and create a comprehensive green infrastructure network. So again, not just all about development, but about creating a sustainable place. The Grange Farm new settlement, probably slightly less worked through as a master plan at this point, but again, you can see highly connected to sustainable transport, very much focused on delivering green infrastructure in addition to the growth in that location, and highly connected to surrounding employment sites. And then on the A14, this would be the larger site. So the two sites, there's one site behind the Cambridge services, which we identified at the first proposal, which we continue to propose, and an additional site at Slate Hall Farm near Bar Hill, very well connected to Northstowe and Cambridge, that could help meet the needs, particularly focused on meeting the needs of the area. The plan's not just about sites, also about a suite of development management policies to guide the form of development and other developments that come through planning applications, focused around the 7 themes. At this point, still early stage in plan making, so can't be given strong weight in any decisions at this time, but they will gain weight as they go through the development plan process. We have turned very much the most of the policies forward, the first proposal, into policies in the draft. We've added also a range of additional policies that have come forward through suggestions in consultations, comments, and as we've gone through over the last couple of years. I won't go into too much detail to move on. Some of the key issues, so looking backwards, reasons we perhaps have taken a couple of years to get to this point. Water scarcity, which we've done a lot of work on. Issues around wastewater treatment. The transport strategy is being worked on by the Combined Authority, and we have a statement confirming they are aiming to have a plan worked up to support the next stages of our plan. East West Rail is moving forward, and there'll be further consultations on that next year. And in terms of the growth company, they are very much looking at the future of Cambridge as well, but very clear the local plan's a key document which they want to, get in place and support as well. As a deep dive into some of those issues, in terms of water supply, we have been able to move that evidence along significantly, particularly with the help of the Water Scarcity Group, which was formed by the government to bring forward all the key agencies in the Cambridge area to find solutions to the water supply issues. Since our last stages of plan making, the Water Resource Management Plan for Cambridge was adopted. There are now long-term measures to address providing additional water resources to the Greater Cambridge area, in particular a pipeline and the reservoir. We have specifically included an evidence base on water supply and considered the timing of development relative to those additional water resources. So we think we can now recommend a plan on the basis there is water available to support it. And then on the wastewater, there is still a lot of work to do to confirm wastewater infrastructure being available. But as announced only last week by the government, there's very much work going on by Anglian Water, instructed by government, to make sure that infrastructure can be available to meet our development needs. So in terms of the timeline, I think that's already been covered. We've got some meetings before we move on to a consultation starting in December, running for a couple of months. In terms of what the consultation looks like, we are currently working up further an engagement and communications strategy. We will want to provide a clear narrative about what the plan proposes and how people can get involved. We'll be using a range of engagement tools, so all the material will be online. We'll have an interactive website. We'll be going out to various in-person events. That could be drop-ins or going along to specific meetings of specific groups. We're looking to see whether we can talk to the university, talk to youth and so on, or schools and so on, to put together a programme. We're looking at having an opening night. We welcome suggestions from members. If there are groups we should be going to or potential venues, very much welcome that feedback. And then finally, this is the order. I think the chair wants to cover the issues. If there are minor issues or you see a spelling mistake or an issue we can pick up, members are welcome to message me or the team, and we can pick those up between the meetings and make sure they're corrected in time for the consultation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, John. That's great. If anyone has any ideas for consultation feedback, is that okay to come back to your team as well with those? Because obviously this is more about strategic things. So if you have individual ideas of someone in your ward, please do let the planning team know. Can I just note, I think Councillor Martinelli has joined us online, and I can see that Councillor Simon Smith and Councillor Holloway are in the Guildhall with us, so welcome to them all. Councillor Simon Smith, you're more than welcome to sit in the main part because you are a member of Joint Local Plan Advisory Group, so you do have the right to ask questions should you wish to. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the Vice Chair is still not here. I think she's still stuck in traffic, but I'm sure she'll catch us up as soon as she can. So thank you very much to officers for all your work on this and to John for the presentation. Obviously, this is about the strategic spatial strategy. We're looking at the number of jobs, just over 73,000, the number of homes, just over 48,000. And particularly, I think the strategy about, starting in Cambridge, working out to the edges and then from there. So I'd be really grateful if people had comments as well on the consultation as well, if there's any particular points you want officers and the Cabinet member to note about focus you think the consultation might be missing or need more of or less of, etc., etc. Thank you. So again, I don't know if Councillor Griffin's point was already answered or not, but if not, you're more than welcome to come back.
No, it wasn't actually, but thank you very much for that presentation. That was really good, and it's an impressive amount of work that's been done. I mean, it's really, it's really amazing. But I'm just wondering, from a resident's perspective that, let's say, wants to comment on specific parts of that, how are they going to do that? What is that consultation going to look like? How are they going to manage? I mean, how are they, you don't want to intimidate people with all of this information. So what is it going to look like? And maybe could we possibly do a test drive before it goes live?
Does anyone else have any questions on the consultation? Because I suggest we bundle them up now and I ask officers to answer. I've got Councillor Davey, Councillor Dale, Councillor Bennett, and I can see Councillor Shield's hand up. If it's about the consultation, do jump in, Councillor Shield. Otherwise, I'll take it afterwards, if that's okay. Okay, so Councillor Davey.
My question was actually about the last slide that John put up, which was a suggested structure for the discussion. Could that remain up? So we actually ask questions in the line with the discussion.
That's
Otherwise
great.
we could jump all over the place.
Okay
so that was my that's just a comment.
Thank you. Councillor Dale.
Yeah, on the consultation process, I know we're starting on the 1st of December. I think the Cambridge University students will mainly leave on the 4th of December. I think the ARUs then a couple of weeks later. But I just wondered, can we get some sort of feedback on how we're going to engage both the students of the city, who may well end up being the residents of the city living in, with this plan, and other young people who often are underrepresented in such consultations.
And thank you. And finally, Councillor Bennett.
Just on the consultation issue, it mentions that there will be councillor support packs. Do we know when these are coming out? Because I've already done my first resident consultation last Sunday. I didn't do it particularly well, but there are some residents out there who are interested, and we have to, when residents are actually interested, we have to respond while their interest is there.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Shield, did you want to come in on the consultation, or was it a different? Oh, yeah, I can see you nodding.
Yes, so this is just the nuts and bolts of how we actually do it. So maybe if I separate this bit off from my other stuff, which is basically to say about timescales, so notwithstanding the extra 2 weeks added for the Christmas period, because it's running from the 1st of December to the 30th of January, I'm wondering if the committee think that this window is a bit narrow for something so important, and if I could mention that the time frame, after all, for this that this consultation applies to goes all the way to 2045, and my experience of raising awareness of public consultations tells me that word often takes a little while to get round, even if officers are doing their best to highlight and promote. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask officers if you'd like to come back on those as a bundle, and then we'll move on to the other parts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll answer, I think, mostly all of them, and then I might hand back over to John for the last one. So in terms of what the consultation will look like, we're very much going digital, as we did with the first proposals. So we found we had really good engagement through our digital page, which allows you to comment policy by policy on every single element of the plan. So it'll be all on one consultation page, and you just click through the plan, read the element that you would like to comment on, and submit your representation digitally. We also allow comments to come through via email, but we're very much pushing for that web-based feedback. And it's really clearly structured so people can comment on there. In terms of consultation events, we've got a range of in-person and online webinars we're forming at the moment. We've got a log of all the events that we're proposing. I think really we were trying to get through this evening, and then we were going to share those events with you for comment and adding more based on your local knowledge. We'll have a range of stakeholder events as well, so inviting bodies and statutory parties to come along to those. But we really want to push for meaningful engagement with underrepresented groups. So we are focusing heavily on young people and the Egyptian travelling community. It sort of relates to the second question on the universities. So we are doing early engagement with them, and we're starting with a lecture next week on Tuesday to get them up to speed at Cambridge University, the Land Economy Department. And then we're going to work with ARU as well. So making sure they're aware of what the local plan is, give them enough time to read the materials, and then engage with them again during the consultation period. So we're quite excited to get the ball rolling with them. We also have been working with Cambridge Ahead and the Young Advisory Group. So we've already spoken with them on our methods of engagement. We were asking them whether they thought what we were doing was appropriate. So through social media, Instagram, Facebook, usual methods, and exploring other opportunities such as YouTube adverts and things that would really catch their eyes and want them to be involved through those methods. And we've also got 2 lectures with those and a workshop. So there are a range of events, and we're happy to publish those to you for your comment. In terms of supporting you as our members and support packs and summary documents, we can provide those sooner rather than later. We have got a frequently asked questions guidance note that we can circulate tomorrow. Comes up with all of the main issues that we've been asked so far, and those will be really helpful for you with residents and their questions. We want to make sure that the document is as accessible as possible. So we're working with our graphic designer to produce a summary document that reduces the plan down from 800 pages to roughly 20, and it pulls out those key information for each of those policies. So that will be part of our engagement package as well. In terms of the 8 weeks that we propose for the consultation, I think I'll hand over to John about our really tight timelines. He's well versed on that. Thank you, Chair.
So just to follow up that point, we had a good discussion at the Joint Plan Advisory Group on this point about a month ago, where I think we rehearsed some of the opportunities as well as the challenges around the plan-making process. So in terms of the accessibility of material, I think we're going to do an awful lot to make sure people can understand and comment on the issues. But this is the 3rd stage of the consultation we've gone through, and by necessity we start to get to that more formal stage where we're consulting on actual policies and plan content. So it does get to that more complex level, but we need to make the information accessible. In terms of the timeline, we're trying to balance a number of issues. We have got to try and get this plan submitted by the end of 2026, and that has been very challenging to put this really complex plan together now. We've got a challenging timeline next year where we'll have to consider all the comments, refine any policy issues and evidence, prepare the final draft that you will see and hopefully approve for consultation again, and get that submitted. So we've got to balance our timetable and the time to consultations against our need to meet that timetable. So the 2 months is the best balance we think we can find, and we will endeavour to do our absolute best to make sure people can comment. But it isn't the last consultation as well, it's still part of a process.
Thank you very much. I think that addressed everybody's points. Oh, Councillor Clough. I would note as well, obviously, in terms of resident consultation, at the moment it's still going through scrutiny in Cabinet. So we wouldn't expect residents to be consulting on this exact copy, because I rather hope some of our comments might change it. So, 1st of December, I think, is the really key date to get over to residents, that's when the final one. We might make some huge suggestions tonight and change the whole lot for all we know. I think officers are probably hoping we are. Councillor Clough or Councillor Davey, did you have your hands up so you wanted to come? Oh. Okay, Councillor Clough, did you have something to come back on the consultation?
Yes, I realise that some of the points that were going through my mind actually relate to the consultation. Listening to what Lizzie was saying about trying to direct people to a web-based import, and I understand that that means you can gather and organise information. So my question is, so if, for instance, an organisation wants to come up with this list of information it wants to import, then presumably would you accept a conventional Word document, or would you want that organisation to go through that process of importing it? And the second question is, when you put your information in, do you get a response which summarises your information, i.e. you know what's gone in? I've also got another question which relates to the good old 2018 plan, because I can see, is there a map between the 2018 key policies that we've known and loved into the new plan? I can see there's themes, which you can see, well, I'm talking about heritage building. So do we know that the things that we have known and loved and used to defend our communities are actually incorporated in here in terms of policies, like, for instance, good old responding to context? And is there a map that enables people who are trying to formulate a consultation response to do that and know that where to go in the new plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Lizzie, I guess you're happy to come back on that?
Thank you. So in terms of inputting reps, our preference would be that anybody responding can manually input their own comments. They can attach a document, but that would require officer time to pull out individual comments and upload them against a specific area of the plan. We do accept and we will receive document versions and PDFs, but we would really encourage anybody to manually input their reps themselves. We're happy to provide sort of a demonstration of what that looks like on our website on how to submit representations. I think we did that at first proposals, and that was quite effective in making sure people knew how the back end works for the system. We've recently been testing AI and summarising reps. So if you put in your overall text summary, and it was over 150 words, I believe, it would auto-summarise using AI. And then you could select whether you were happy with that representation from an AI-generated summary or amend it yourself. So that should then pull out your full rep, and it'll say, we've summarised it as so, and then you accept it, and that would submit as your rep. Then when we respond overall, it'll say, we have responded to your comments said X, we have said Y. So at the end, once the consultation ends, we provide a general summary along those lines.
The question was, do you get back what you've put in? Do you get an email giving you everything you input? That was the other part.
I believe so. I think it will send you an email to say, we have received your comments, and it will have your name, the rep number, and your details of the rep.
Yeah,
I believe that's still the right way to.
Will it actually give you back what you've put in? You know, this is a confirmation that this is the points you've made.
Could I perhaps ask Lizzie and officers to take that away and come back to myself and the Vice Chair, and we'll circulate, just because I think that's probably quite a technical question. And I think Councillor Clough asked the other thing about how we can tell the difference between 2018 and now. I mean, if you're like me, I've done it manually and read them all and gone through it, which I appreciate is obviously part of the screening process, but obviously if there were a document, I mean, if you think things are missing, I think this is the place to raise it tonight, definitely, as well as before the consultation.
Did you also mean spatially on the maps as well, or just policy for policy? The differences between?
I think that's another interesting question. I wasn't actually asking that question, but I can ask that now. But I just want to know if each of those things that we've relied on over the years, if those have been incorporated into the new plan for classic.
I think Stephen Kelly, our Director of Planning, is going to answer that.
I think it's important to bear in mind, Chair, and I think you referred to this as a joint plan. So what we have done is we've taken all of the policy sets from both plans. We've had regard to those policies were set under pre-2018 NPPF, etc. What we've done is we've sought to make sure that we're absolutely covering the policy areas, and I'd be very surprised if there's any sense to which we have diminished things like the policies, Councillor Clough, that you will rely on to ensure character and context and so forth. In fact, we've probably referred to even more subsequent information that has come in. But they necessarily have to be updated not just against the city's position, but against other policies and SPDs that exist in South Cambs that don't exist in the city and so forth. So I think if you were to look at a kind of conventional track changes version of a policy that you're familiar with and one of the new ones, it would almost be largely irrelevant because the context changed so much. But what we would expect, and I'm sure you will go through the plan with your with a pencil or what have you, but we would expect you to find everything that you've previously relied upon in some of your policy threads to be covered and addressed, both in the policy itself, but importantly in the reason justification. Because, you know, there's the National Design Code, for example, on things like design quality. There's a multitude of, I think there's been 5 iterations of the NPPF since 2018 and that local plan policy. So they are going to be different and updated, but what we're presenting to you is in fact a more ambitious set of policies around quality, design, place and etc. than you would see embodied in the 2018 local plan, not least because national policy has also stepped forward in that space.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I do appreciate, obviously, we're merging 2 plans, so there's always going to be some differences, but I would also expect planning members, such as myself and various, to look at this very carefully, because we're the ones who, as you say, use it in planning committee, as do all councillors when they... I'm keen to not get too bogged down on this bit, because we have about a million other bits to do. Councillor Gawthorpe Wood, the Vice Chair, who has now arrived, despite the Cambridge traffic, has got one question she would just like to add, and then I will propose to move on if that's acceptable.
Okay, yes, well, I'm going to have some traffic and infrastructure questions. But just on the consultation, so I think last time you had a lot more comments than you expected. Now, if this has been asked, please, you know, close me down. But it took a long time to log each comment and assess them. So it's really how quickly you expect to be able to do this and to respond. And then it's also about those people who don't respond. Have you got any idea of the demographics? Given it's voluntary, they're self-selected. Who are we missing out, do you think, especially younger residents and more, you know, from our diverse communities?
Thank you. If officers could just briefly answer that one, that would be much appreciated.
So, I think this reflects the answer Lizzie gave a moment ago, because in order to keep the plan-making process moving forward, we are going to have to process the information very quickly. So we're trying to use every digital tool available to us to speed that process up, and we are lining up our resources to process the comments so we can publish what we receive as soon as possible. And that's one of the challenges we've got with the timeline, to be really honest, but we've trying to explore all sorts of digital avenues like the AI to help us through it. In terms of the reach of the consultation, we published a really interesting report on the first proposals consultation. It's still in the evidence packs available on the website. And that really showed, yes, self-selective is a good way to describe it. It's people who are interested by what they see and want to raise a comment. But our challenge is to not only wait for people to come to us, but to reach out as well. So to go out and reach, you know, youth groups, special interest groups, and so on. So that's a challenge we're really trying to address in our programme to respond to how we, you know, the lessons we learned from the last consultation. Certainly we've been reminding ourselves of that document again. We're looking at the programme we're putting together.
Thank you very much. So just to sum up, I mean, we're keen to encourage a diversity of responses, particularly underrepresented groups, and quite a couple of people have mentioned sort of younger demographics. I think we've mentioned the university. I would probably like to add colleges into that. You're talking of 16 to 18s, who will be the people literally living this, when probably some of us won't be anymore, because we might have moved away. That it is digital first. I'd probably also like to just add that we need to consider those who can't use digital. We do need to have some means of allowing people, for example, having it placed in local libraries. I think that's really important, because that demographic otherwise are completely excluded. So I can see officers nodding, so I'm going to take that as read, and I will report that to Cabinet. And there have been some concerns over the December-January short timescale, although we do understand that that is because we're on a very tight guideline. Otherwise, the government will stop us being able to put this forward if we don't hit December 26. So I hope officers and then to Cabinet will take that away to make sure this is promoted. And I would encourage all of us to talk to all our ward members in our groups to make sure they engage and get training from people. And we have an all-councillor briefing coming soon on the consultation, I believe, before the 1st of December. So I will report that back. I'd like to now move on to questions about the spatial strategy. So that's the homes, the jobs, the sort of big, broad themes. Has anyone from the PAS committee, I'm going to take... Yeah, no, that's you, Mike.
When you say big, broad themes...
Anything that comes under overarching strategy. Yeah, I'm happy to take Councillor Davey, Councillor Gawthorpe Wood, anyone else on the Councillor Dial. Let's start with those three, and then I'll move to Councillor Bick and Councillor Bennett. Thank you.
Okay, I've got two questions, if it's okay, both about broader questions, I suppose. The first one is about local government reorganisation, and it's relatively simple, I suppose, is if by some, let's hope, well, no, I'll try. If East Cams was included in whatever becomes the next unitary authority, do we have to start again? So that's the first question. That may not be feasible that you can answer that question. I'm not suggesting that I would want that to happen, but nonetheless, we have to make sure we are aware of the risk. The second is, John alluded to in passing. Michael Gove came 3 years after you started this process. So it was 3.5 years, in fact, when Gove started to talk about what might happen to Cambridge. And now we know there's going to be Development Corporation. You've done an astonishing piece of work, I have to say. It's a marvellous document that you prepared to date, and you deserve huge credit, Stephen and John and all the team, for what you've done. But nonetheless, we're faced now with an interesting problem, because my question, to get to the point, is if the growth company or development corporation starts to propose sites that are not approved within this local plan, do you know at this stage, or is it impossible to answer, what the outcome might be? Thank you. Katie.
Thank you very much. Would you like, those are two quite big questions, would you like to answer those before?
So I think on the point of LGR, it's not uncommon in previous rounds of LGR for local authorities to come together with different local plan time horizons, or indeed different local plans with different time horizons within them. So I certainly don't think, were there to be a solution that included East Cams, there would be an argument for ceasing the work on this plan. And one of my reasons behind that, to feel more confident about that, is under the duty to cooperate, we've already been talking to East Cams about the proposals that we're putting forwards. East Cams has chosen, I think, to pause its local plan preparation, but I don't see that. All it would mean is that in those areas, the material considerations that the regard had on the planning applications would have to bear in mind the status and age of the respective plans. In respect of the growth company, they are clearly preparing proposals that go beyond the local plan ambitions. Government have been quite clear in that, successive governments. The growth company itself, however, has been really clear in seeing this local plan as a really important stepping stone, platform, or certain elevated position on which to plan growth. We are continuing to get, it's a slightly unprecedented circumstance in which a currently non-statutory agency is seeking to promote potentially additional growth, albeit a government agency, alongside the statutory local planning authority. So we're working through that relationship with the growth company and with officers in MHCLG, and whilst we haven't yet resolved it, I think there's a general consensus that under no circumstances does the growth company or the government wish to see this local plan pause or stop to facilitate the ambitions the government has.
If I just that's a really helpful answer, because one could argue that for the meet the government's ambitions, you've got to do this one first before you start trying to do other things. So that's a really helpful answer, Stephen. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Would it be fair, I think, when I sum up, to say that we're keen that the growth company look at our strategy and our spatial development, for example, the hierarchy of how we're building and those kind of key policies. Obviously, we do have Peter Freeman and the Cambridge Growth Company coming on the 9th of December, so I think these questions as well will be ones that we can also carry forward.
I think the point I would make would be to, if it's helpful, Katie, is that this local plan is incredibly ambitious as it stands, and it is requiring all sorts of development within and around Greater Cambridge, way beyond what most other plans will be wanting. So to focus on and deliver on this first, I think would be good.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davey. I've forgotten who's next. Was it Councillor Dale? Or was it? Yes. Was it? Oh, beg your pardon, Councillor. Sorry, you're sitting to my right. I didn't see you. Carry on, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. Right, so you may or may not, you have identified, of course, external dependencies, you know, like the local government review, like the Cambridge Growth Company, the mayor, the combined authority, and their role in transport and sustainability or nature, and wastewater, and water scarcity, and Anglia Water. My worry, I think, is that these external dependencies, I mean, we really do need them to deliver when they say they're going to deliver with their strategies. And I think we've just got a big risk about that. I don't know whether you can comment more on that. And I know you do talk about this in the draft plan. And then, on the back of that, I do worry again about timeliness and speed of delivery, and particularly on infrastructure. And those are all parts of the infrastructure, transport, water. And I worry that if those things, those strategies aren't there from those organisations, that you will get developers who want to try and water down the very good policies that you've got drafted.
Thank you. I might take Councillor Dale as well, if that's okay, and then we'll ask officers to answer those together.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess the 50,000 homes number is ambitious. But then a question in my mind is that you only need to look at house prices and rental prices in the city to see that we currently have a major shortage. What comfort have we that this will actually meet the requirements? And also, can you provide any sort of insight into how many of these homes will be sort of affordable, especially for young people who are locked out of housing right now?
Thank you. I'm happy to hand over to whichever officer feels it's best to answer. So I think Councillor Gawthorpe would talk about the risks of some of the things we're relying on, which are external stakeholders, and obviously Councillor Dale talking about how we're comfortable that these housing numbers will help with the situation.
So if I just deal with the point about the wider kind of risks to the programme, and perhaps Stuart's going to talk about the balance of uses. You're absolutely right that, and indeed Mr Dixon has referred to the fact that the plan has been impacted by the uncertainties created by infrastructure funding and indeed infrastructure delivery issues that fall beyond this council. In some respects, those infrastructure issues apply to any spatial strategy and any plan. What we know is, from the work that we've been able to do with the government, is that clarity on what the future is that we're planning for is absolutely central to reducing those risks, because it does allow us to engage, whether it's on water treatment, for example, which is the most recent one, with Anglian Water, with clarity about where you as a council see that future growth taking place, which allows us to then shape their investment decisions. Likewise, commitments in the development plan allow for the mayor, who is the transport authority preparing the local transport strategy, to understand and indeed model the implications of the growth that we foresee, in a way that we've already done some of that work for the mayor, the mitigation and the management of that. So I think we live in a time of uncertainty around those external forces. I think the best thing that we can do to provide a degree of local leadership into that space and to help our communities to understand that there is in fact a plan, the statutory plan, which should be the document to shape those discussions, is to proceed with this document now and recognise that those risks to delivery are going to be continuous and dynamic in this space, and our job and working with yourselves as members is to try and help you to see what those risks mean, and indeed for this organisation and us to engage with those agencies, including government, on mitigating them. I'll pass over to Stuart.
Thank you. So in terms of the housing, yes, 50,000 is a big number. I guess in terms of understanding whether it meets the needs, there's a few points to make. One, I guess that providing for enough homes to meet the forecast jobs should avoid increasing the imbalance of homes and jobs, which is a driver of those high house prices. The government's national standard method incorporates a specific uplift which responds directly to the affordability ratio in Cambridge and South Cam, so that factor is incorporated in identifying that overall number. Within that overall figure also, we've got evidence to identify the needs of particular groups. So students, for example, which again is an impact on the wider housing market, as well as having their own needs, the needs of older people and people with kind of social care needs as well for specific accommodation alongside gypsies and travellers. Our big sites and the strategy for meeting those needs include specific provision to meet those needs on our big sites. So a particular example is at Cambridge Biomedical Campus, we're looking for housing, particularly for key workers that can work on that site. So kind of making more locally specific needs. And then across the plan, the viability assessment shows that we can continue to ask for 40% affordable housing on sites coming forward via planning applications. So it's a big challenge, and not to belittle that, but we're seeking to address it via the different policies in the plan.
Thank you. I can't see any more questions from Performance and Assets members, so I think we had Councillor Bick and Councillor Bennett. I think Councillor Bick was first.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to follow up on Councillor Davies' questions, or one of them, in relation to whatever the government's ambition is. I mean, I'm sure that it's right for when this process that we're participating in tonight, it's right that with our evidence base and our proposals on the list over there, that we should go forward with our process, because that's all there is at the moment. And I think it's possibly logical that that includes foundation policies that ought to condition whatever comes forward from anywhere else as well. But it does seem to me that at the end of this, we should end up with a single local plan. I think it's been the view of everyone on the council that whatever is talked about in terms of development corporations, the local authorities should retain their role in planning policy. So what really ought to happen, it seems to me here, is that if there is some sort of flesh put on what the government's ambitions, if they manage to put some flesh onto this, then that needs to be integrated with our local plan. I think it's only reasonable that people living in this area kind of can see one coordinated, consistent approach to development and not rival ones or different layers of more than one plan. And I just wonder whether that is an aspiration, that if people, others agreed with that is something that ought to be kind of taken forward in the way we kind of form our attitude around what's proposed for what we've got here.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to take another question, the question from Councillor Bennett as well, and then I'll come back. And I suspect the Cabinet member may wish to say something on the planning powers. I'll just let Councillor Bennett speak first, please.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is on the number of homes. We all accept that it's your best estimate, but you cannot predict the future. So what my first question is, how fuzzy is that number? What sensitivity analysis have you done? And for bonus points, I'd like to ask, what is the safety margin before you have to start looking at releasing green belts? Shall I stop there, or shall I do some of my other questions? Okay, and then the next question is on number of jobs. One of the great shocks of my university career was to discover that somebody got a Nobel Prize for just pointing out that jobs are not interchangeable and that you need to have different sorts. And we are entering the age of AI, gear down from fossil fuels. There's going to be a lot of people who are highly qualified for their present jobs, who are going to have to retrain and reskill, and may need what I think of as meantime jobs while they reskill. So my question is, how are our numbers of jobs predictions made up? Do we have any detail as the type and level of a job and how accessible they are? And also, I note that there's a suggestion in the current draft local plan that major employment sites should come to planning with an employment and skills plan, which I think is a good thing. And I just wanted to say I like that suggestion. It's not something I've seen developers do very often, with the one exception, which is Railpen. And I think it's great to sort of see that you're encouraging more of it. I've got two more questions.
They both on this particular area, yeah.
They're on what Jonathan mentioned, Camborne and A14 warehousing, but I'm wondering if I could defer them to a later stage.
Yeah, that'll come under specific sites if that's okay. So we had a question from Councillor Bick just talking about, obviously, whether committee supports the retention of planning powers. I think personally I'm very keen to see that we retain planning powers in the council rather than the growth company. And I think Councillor Bennett was talking about the jobs transferable or not, and the kind of the buffer around the homes. Thank you. And Councillor Thornborough, did you want to respond on that first question?
Yes, if that's okay.
If that's okay with officers,
yes.
I'm happy for the Cabinet member to speak.
Our officers and the leader of the council, Cameron Holloway, has made it very clear to the government that we very, very much want to retain planning powers. But that's not to say that if there was a consultation on a development corporation, there may be an opportunity to review that, but that's definitely our starting point, and we, our shared service and our committees, I think, are very good and rather really exemplary. But just taking Councillor Bick's points, is that this local plan it's like a live document, because once this is submitted and adopted, we'll be starting on the next one. And it may be that I would hope that there may be some broader spatial infrastructure planning for this region that a growth company could look into, because this plan is based on evidence and what we feel can actually be delivered based on the situation we have now for infrastructure. But we need to have a broader look at what's needed, what the vision is going forward beyond our period, and have a better plan for infrastructure, so that further broader plans can come forward. And I hope that is something that we will continue to do, but also engage with the growth company.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thornborough. And Stephen, you're welcome to come in on that or on the others. Thank you.
Just to add to that point, obviously the Planning and Infrastructure Bill is passing through the House of Commons at this moment in time, and alongside the Devolution Bill has introduced spatial development strategies as a upper tier strategic plan for plan making as part of the development plan process. We are trying to explore in our conversations with MHCLG, picking up on the points that Councillor Bick raised, how potentially the sequencing of the growth company's ambitions, the obligation on combined authority mayors to prepare spatial development strategies, and indeed how those spatial development strategies then inform local plans, how that process might integrate effectively to provide the clarity and certainty to local communities that I think we all aspire to.
Thank you very much. I don't know if officers are able to answer Councillor Bennett's questions on jobs and homes.
Thank you. So on homes, how fuzzy is the number? So in one respect, it's not fuzzy at all. So the number of homes we're planning for is the government standard method minimum, which is published as a figure. We've got to do it. In other respects, clearly forecasting is crystal ball gazing to an extent. We have done sensitivity testing of, for example, commuting patterns, about what would higher jobs growth provide for, in terms of homes being required. What we're recommending is that the most likely jobs forecast, based on the most robust data, which does include choices there, is supported by that government standard method minimum, and that's why we're recommending to you that standard method as the housing number, which is associated with that most likely jobs forecast. What is the margin before we start releasing Greenbelt? So in terms of margin, had advice to call it headroom. So we've got a need figure. We're planning for, I think, between 5 and 6.5% above that, precisely to allow for slower delivery in certain instances, to provide flexibility of supply, so that we definitely meet our needs over the plan period. Clearly, policies elsewhere in the plan, like the settlement hierarchy policy, allow planning applications to come forward beyond the allocations set out in the plan, so more can come if it needs to. And as mentioned by Councillor Thornborough, the plan review will happen in 5 years' time. That review is in there as just a requirement for us to do. So hopefully the plan itself provides flexibility, but also we will have to change and review. In terms of Greenbelt, so I'd separate that really. So the housing need is a factor to weigh up in considering exceptional circumstances or development needs, but it's only one factor. So I don't know that you could say the housing need would get to X figure, therefore the answer is Y, we need to go in the Greenbelt. I would, I'd just compartmentalise it as one element, a key element, but not the only thing. In terms of the number of jobs, I have heard it said that the only thing you can say about all forecasts is that they will all be wrong. But we just make the best of what we've got. We make assumptions based on clear judgments and the latest data where we can and the most robust data where we can. The approach taken to identifying our most likely forecasts accounts for a baseline understanding of the total economy based on a model, but then particularly looks at our key sectors and looking at past trends and what we think is most likely given that past performance. And the overall view is for a continuation of the fast growth that's been seen really since 2010, but that does not expect to last forever. It does tail off towards the back end of the plan. I say all forecasts are wrong. I think you get even more precise and you make more judgments and you get more wrong. So you cannot associate our jobs forecast with this kind of skill level. Some forecasts can, but you can't do that just to answer your question. But noting the point about skills and employment, those policies are there in the plan to support that reskilling if and when it comes forward.
Can I just add a point, which is that also, and sorry, Stuart, I thought you might have covered this. There is flexibility in the plan that we've provided. There is a portfolio, a different range of sites to encompass some of those new and emerging sectors. So if we move into areas of kind of manufacturing or advanced manufacturing and so forth, which is an element. What we've tried to make sure is that the sites that we've recognised and allocated, and indeed the supply side, there is enough flexibility, not just in the homes delivery with the 5-6% buffer, but actually also in the availability of employment floor space or sites where employment could come forwards that account for both changing trends, but also account for potentially an acceleration of economic outputs without the need to kind of prejudice the plan's implementation.
Thank you. Oh, would you like to come back, Councillor Bennett?
I just wanted to ask, I know we underestimated the housing requirement last time. So did you look back at why the estimate was under and try to adjust for it this time? And if so, how?
So in the more recent data following the adoption of the local plans 2018 showed that the jobs expectations that we had at the time for those 2018 plans has been mostly delivered by now. So our starting point for economic evidence was that understanding and seeking to avoid that in the future. And that's why this plan, the economic evidence, is more detailed and reviews the performance of those key sectors particularly in order to allow for that understanding of the potential future growth in a way that wasn't allowed for in the past, where it was just essentially adopting a baseline forecast on a regional basis, where we know Greater Cambridge does not perform to regional expectations.
Thank you very much. I just had a couple of questions myself. Firstly, I just want to note this new local plan, I'm sure members have realised, is... I'll just ask my question and then I'll come back to colleagues. There are two. We are merging some of the current area action plans into this new local plan. I just wondered if officers could reassure Scrutiny that there'll be no loss of protection by doing that. And the same for the neighbourhood plans we've got, just to confirm that you're relatively confident that these will merge reasonably well with this new local plan. And was it Councillor Simon Smith and Councillor Young? Oh no, Councillor Simon Smith, would you like to ask a question? Did you? No? Can I just say, Councillor Simon Smith is
very kind of you, thank you.
He's a cabinet member, but you're here in your capacity as a member of the Joint Local Plan Advisory Group, I'm assuming.
Thank you for that. Just a couple of comments from the conversation so far. This point about job forecasting is incredibly difficult in Cambridge because there isn't the historic trend data for new sectors. And the employment, the data that's collected is actually very, very crude. It can work at a national level, but it can be okay at a regional level, but at the level of a local plan, again, it's very unreliable. So that explains that particular problem, and I empathise with John and his colleagues about how difficult that is. The second point I wanted to say is that back in 1980, I was working on a local plan, and I was asked to work out how people were going to spend increased leisure time because of the advent of IT. Well, we soon found ourselves working 50 hours a week because IT facilitated an explosion in report writing and emails, and we're still living in that era. So I'm cautious about whether AI is going to wipe out all of our jobs. Just saying from experience of so many years, so many decades ago. I think the other point that's been made is, I think developing more housing is helpful. It could impact on house prices, but actually the real problem is the availability of liquidity in the housing market. And that is evidenced by what preceded Big Bang in the 1980s and what followed afterwards. So pre-Big Bang, there's hardly anybody in this room that knows what I'm talking about. But at that time, if you wanted a mortgage, it was limited to 2.5 times salary, and then the other earner within the household would perhaps be able to borrow 1 times salary. Post Big Bang, of course, it was a much bigger multiple, and within 2 or 3 years, house prices tripled. So I think that demonstrates there was the same amount of supply, but there was huge liquidity in the market following Big Bang, and we've been living with that ever since. What I wanted to do is ask a question about Grange Farm. Do you want to do that later?
We'll take that under specific sites, which is the next one. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay, thank you.
If officers were able to just come back briefly, and then I will sum up and we'll move on.
So, so currently in the 2 councils' development plans, we have a number of area action plans, which effectively have the same status as the local plan. But we have proposed that upon adoption of this new plan, they would no longer form part of the plan for, I think, a number of reasons. Firstly, there's a great encouragement now that towards a single local plan for an area from government, having a more one-stop shop for the local plan. But I think one of the other issues is our AAPs are now ageing. So on the South Cam side, think about the North Stowe AAP, that was adopted in 2007. And the other AAPs are not much more recent. So whilst they still provide useful spatial elements, many of their policies are simply out of date, and this policies in front of you will provide more up-to-date policy. The other side of it, I guess, is looking at the North East Cambridge AAP. Clearly we were intending to produce a standalone plan, but I think events have now overtaken us, and the most efficient, effective approach now is to incorporate policies for North East Cambridge into the local plan, but very much draw on the learnings from the consultation and the evidence we had on the AAP to make sure we've got robust policies. So in short, I would very much hope the policies for those particular areas are strong and continue to provide proper guidance. On neighbour plans, we are required in plan making with regard to neighbour plans, but our new local plan would be a more recent plan once it's adopted. Clearly, it's available to neighbour plan groups to update their plan if they choose to down the line, and there's that chain of events. So I think there's flexibility in systems to allow those to
Thank you very much.
to
That's very helpful. I just thought I wanted, with our scrutiny hat on, we should double check that, because obviously it is a change. If we don't have any more questions on this section, I'm just going to sum up what I'm proposing to take back to Cabinet. So I
Chair.
I beg your pardon, Councillor Shield.
Yeah, I do have questions that might fit into this part of the meeting, only because they apply to all sites, or at least across a number of sites, rather than being site specific.
Yeah, that's fine.
But if you like, I can give you the headings of each, and you tell me whether this is the right moment.
That's absolutely fine. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Shield.
Okay. It's to do with HMOs encouraging less car use, and our Gypsy and Traveller and Roma communities. Those are the three topics. Is it all right to say those now?
They should come up later, because we've got specific policies on the GRT community. I think they're all going to come up under later items. But if for any reason they haven't, we've also got a catch-all at the end. So is it okay to just, certainly the HMO one, I know I've got questions on that. That will come up under the housing.
Actually,
that's okay.
that's fine. Councillor Pora, there's another aspect which is a bit cheeky of me, and I hope this isn't unreasonable, or I hope it's not too cheeky. I was actually wondering, even if I can't get answers now, that's absolutely fine. I was wondering if I maybe could read out my questions, simply because I am feeling really, really groggy and poorly.
I'm very happy to note them then. Yeah, if you'd like to put them forward now, we'll hold them and take them under.
That would be fantastic. That would be really good.
If you wouldn't mind,
thank you.
Councillor Shield, I'll just do my summing up and then we'll move to that. Bear with me one moment. Okay, so as Councillor Shield is kindly here, but is quite unwell. Stephen?
Just in respect of one of the questions or points that Councillor Shield raised, I think he asked a question about encouraging less car use. Obviously, the spatial strategy that we've put forward, which anchors new development to public transport infrastructure, is a central part of that shift. And I didn't want us to finish without making that point, unless anyone disagrees.
Yeah.
We'll come back to it.
Brilliant, thank you. So I will report back to Cabinet that we are very keen that we continue cooperation with East Cambridge, given the LGR issues there, where we may potentially end up with them as well, but it is quite possible to continue with this local plan anyway. That we are very aware that our local plan proposals are extremely ambitious, and we want the Cambridge Growth Company to focus on delivering those first, and preferably following our strategy in terms of how we're doing that. That we need to engage with stakeholders like Anglian Water, the CPCA, on the key risk areas that this plan relies on, which things like transport, things like the water supply, which I know we'll pick up later as well. And that we are very keen to feed to Cabinet that we want the local planning authority to, continue, we support the current position that local planning powers should remain here. And that we note the spatial development strategy is coming as a national issue towards the upper tier authorities, so that's the mayoral authority. So again, we need to keep channels open to make sure we're communicating and that our strategy in the local plan is kept. And we welcome the focus on a variety of housing, such as affordable, not just market housing. Is that a fair summary, members? I see no dissent, so I'm going to take that. Councillor Shield, would you like to ask your questions now, and we will note them just in case you're too unwell later. Thank you.
That's really kind, Chair. Thank you very much. Encouraging away from car use, and I suppose this could be a question for John, or perhaps for Stephen, or for anyone who wants to contribute. How can we ensure that in the welcome bid to make the air cleaner, we do not unfairly disadvantage new arrival residents as compared to those who already have either parking on their property or at least a parking allocation. I was recently contacted by a lady who is in a newer development but can't get a residence parking permit, but she pointed out to me that near her there are residents who have both off-road parking in their property and sort of historic eligibility for a residence permit. Uh,
Well, thank you,
and
Councillor Sheila. I've got that one noted down to
okay. Shall I
raise.
go on to the next one?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So HMOs, this is a delicate and complex one, and in no sense is it a catch you out question. I'm genuinely not sure that I would have an answer to this, political or otherwise. But how does the local plan get the balance right between, on one hand, providing decision makers in planning with guidance in respect of wholly unsuitable applications on one hand, and in respect of overmassing, etc., and on the other hand, allowing scope for developments that would, after all, provide much needed units of dwelling, especially at a time when our house building plans have just encountered a major setback, as has been mentioned by others. And I speak as one who, for
Thank you, Councillor Sheila. I've got that one as well. Sorry, I don't mean to rush you. I'm just mindful we're running quite tight on time already. So I've got those two. Was there another one?
So I've just wanted to say that I've lived in HMOs for more than 2/3 of my life. So that's that's what's in my mind. And then last but not least are traveller communities. How tentative and or how definite is the availability of the pictures listed on pages 77 and 78? The word potential appears a lot in that section. Can we take this to mean that a clear commitment once and for all, and at long last, to provide long-term suitable and suitably equipped spaces for Gypsy Roma traveller communities, especially bearing in mind the quality of life and indeed life expectancy improvements that will result from the kind of stability that will make engagement with mainstream services, especially in the areas of health and schooling, so much easier? And I have links to that community, and so would be glad if we can make definite progress in that area. And thank you very much for that.
I've got those three, and I do note on page 77 it does list the sites that are definitely put forward in this local plan, which is very welcome, I think.
Thanks
you
for letting me go early. I really appreciate it.
I hope you feel better soon.
Thanks.
I'm now going to move on to the next area, if that's okay, and then we'll take a break after that, if that's okay. Obviously, if anyone wants a break now, let me know. No, thank you very much. So we're moving on to site-specific questions. Again, I do see this as more strategic. This isn't about, I want a tiny thing. That would be fed into the consultation or go through officers. So I think a couple of people mentioned, so can I start with the performance assets and strategy members? Does anyone have any specific questions on specific sites? Councillor Gawthorpe Wood. Okay, please go ahead.
Well, actually, my questions are largely on Camborne. Extremely interesting, and I've read through that. I think my concerns, of course, about the integration, which I know you've worked out to, say is absolutely key between North Camborne, the new North Camborne, and the existing Greater Camborne, Lower Camborne, Upper, and then there's the new Garden Village, which is separate, the Bourne Garden Village. But I think my worries are, and looking at Northstowe, how slow it has been to deliver the infrastructure that's needed. So it's the community needs, like a community centre, schools. I know in Camborne we've got the health centre, we've got some shops, and we've got now two schools, I think it is, might be 3 even. But it's really who's going to deliver that infrastructure? Is it going to be developers, or is it going to be the public sector? And when would it get delivered? I'm really concerned about that things, you know, you'll get pushback from developers, and it's also then about, you know, what can you get into Section 106? I've got some other questions, but that's the one on Greater Camborne.
Anybody else with specific site questions from the voting committee? I can't see anyone at the moment. Sorry, Councillor Clough, apologies.
I'd just like to understand better where Grange Farm is.
Absolutely. Okay, let's take those two questions, then we'll move to Councillor Bennett. I think Councillor Young, please.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the Camborne and the North Camborne proposal in particular, yeah, we're really mindful of the fact that this isn't a standalone new settlement that we're looking to facilitate through the local plan, but actually it's an extension to the existing town. And we are really aware that the A428 is a barrier to the to movement, as well as even the East West Rail alignment itself. So we've done quite a lot of work through the consultants that we had on board, preparing the evidence-based documents for us, looking at how we might overcome some of those barriers to integration. Alongside that, we've also got the DCO that's going forward as part of the East West Rail proposal. And so officers are engaging at our level, but also with County Council and Combined Authority as well, understanding how we can best integrate the new station and the railway line overall with development north of Camborne moving forward. So there's a lot of work still to be done to understand how you address that kind of those barriers, that severance as well that the railway will create. But at a high level, we've started to identify in the policy and through the emerging spatial framework what we think are those kind of key connections that are going to be needed to make sure that the new development is really integrated with the existing town. Your point around the delivery of community infrastructure is a really valid point. I think that could be applied to not just Camborne North, but to other sites like Grange Farmers and others like Cambridge East, etc. It is a real challenge, and I think for us, in terms of the starting point as a planning authority, is to identify what those kind of key infrastructure items are. And we've started to do that through the work that we're doing with Camborne. The next stage of what we want to do to get us to the next stage of plan making is actually to then work on what the delivery strategy might be. Now, in this area, that could be developers, but we know, for example, sites like Northstowe, as you mentioned, sometimes that's slow to happen. So what other options are available to us? So whether that's working with other partners, whether it's the Combined Authority, whether it's the Grove Company, depending on what the size is, whether it's other agencies like Homes England, we're currently exploring what that might be. Obviously, Camborne is a long-term development. You know, we're anticipating Camborne North to finish developing in the kind of 2060s. So it's a really long time. So kind of, planning exactly when all of the infrastructure will come at this stage is quite challenging, but we're working it up at the moment. But a delivery strategy around the infrastructure is absolutely critical, because what we can't have is the housing to go in, and then you don't have the necessary services and facilities to support it. Essentially, everyone will then jump in their cars and then drive to the nearest supermarket like they do in Northstowe at the moment. So we're really mindful of that and making sure that lessons are learned.
Thank you. Oh, yes, of course.
I didn't specifically say East West Rail, but obviously that's key, and the busway. So I'll just make that point. I think you have said transport, yeah.
I don't know if it's possible to get the slide up. Oh, are you coming back on that? Or,
yeah, if I may, I'm just going to reverse the slides, hopefully.
Thank you. I think it's on page 271 is the information about Grange Farm as well, if you've got the paper copies. Or 291, beg pardon.
Sorry.
Come on.
There we go. No, that's it. Sorry.
No.
Come on. Talking about Grange Farm.
Oh, sorry, Grange Farm. Yes, sorry.
Sorry. I just stopped sharing around and bring up the right side. Sorry.
Just while Stuart's pulling it up, for those of you familiar with Granta Park and what used to be the Four Wentways services, I remember when it wasn't even grade separated and you drove past it. But it's the land to the east of the Four Wentways services, on and bounded by the A11 former railway, which I think is a Roman road, it's a Roman road, and Abingdon to the southeast. So for those familiar with the Four Wentways services, before you turned in, if you turned around and faced that land, it's at that location.
Thank you. If we could just have a brief look at the slide, and obviously I'm very happy for officers to come back to Councillor Clough. It was there, I saw it a minute ago. There you go, that was it.
I don't know what's, sorry.
If not, we could come back to that in a minute if you'd like, and we'll take the other questions if that's helpful. Give you a minute. I'll let you fiddle with the slideshow for a minute. Can I take a question from Councillor Bennett and then Councillor Young, please?
Okay, my question is on the A14 warehousing sites, because it's not just people who need sustainable travel plans, it's actually freight. And if it's going along the A14, those sites are going along the A14, that's going to increase the road freight. When, you know, we have a new East-West rail link, can we not coordinate with the East-West rail and try to ensure that all this additional freight is coming by rail? I used to commute on the A14 and there would be an accident every day. Because it's just so congested and it really is dangerous. And if we put big warehousing sites on the A14 at that particular junction, we're probably going to have a fatal road accident every day. So can we look at getting more rail freight and adapting the plan for that?
Thank you. Councillor Bennett and Councillor Young, would you like to put your question as well, please?
Thank you, Chair. I have remembered that I ought to say that I am also a county councillor and in particular chair of the Assets and Procurement Committee, which looks after the land owned by the county council, and part of that land is part of the CBC extension site. So I've got a couple of questions on the CBC. One, I'd like to understand and have sort of a bit more detail about the specific circumstances that allow the release of Greenbelt land, which is of great concern to residents. And then the other question is around the master plan. I think the existing site has really suffered, and neighbours and people living around the site have suffered from the lack of a master plan. So I'm wondering whether we can strengthen that provision in the local plan and perhaps bring it forward, find a way of bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. I must add, I was going to ask about strengthening the need for a CBC master plan, because that has come up, and I'm suspecting Councillor Simon-Smith may be about to say the same, because that's certainly something that's come up with the master plan at Joint Development Management Committee several times. So if I could just echo that, thank you. Are officers okay to take those two questions, please?
Could I just comment on Councillor Bennett's point about rail and freight? One of the what we have done within the local plan is we've sought to identify the freight needs of the city and Greater Cambridge. It's fair to say that the freight industry is also interested in the national freight needs, but in an area where we are water scarce and we are infrastructure challenged, our view is that Cambridge isn't the best place to meet the national freight needs. And in fact, there are rail interchanges I'm conscious of in Northamptonshire and elsewhere that are to deal with those kind of big transshipment or transfer kind of opportunities that rail freight provides. We clearly, East West Rail doesn't currently, and indeed I think this council's representations have expressed some concerns about significant increases in freight because of the adverse impacts on late nights and so forth for residents of some of the wards in the city. So there is a trade-off. The infrastructure that East West Rail are designing suggests quite limited role for, certainly no role for freight transfer within the kind of arrangements, for example, rail freight terminals and so forth. And that's because the land take, obviously it passes through the green belt, and there are sensitivities about proximity to some of the houses along the alignment that they are currently favouring. So we haven't presumed any form of rail freight intersection. And likewise, although we are planning for new logistics space, we've been quite clear that that logistics space is targeted towards meeting the logistics needs of this city, which are not being met at this moment in time, and meeting the needs of the wider Greater Cambridge area, but certainly not seeking to establish this section of the A14 as a national freight location.
So it's the last mile delivery.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So as Councillor Thornberry said, tied in with that, and indeed some of the locations for the sites that we've looked at are because of two things. First and last mile delivery opportunities for that transfer to take place close to, but not necessarily within the city, although there are some sites in the city that might help fulfil some of that transfer role. But also that there is a workforce that is accessible by non-car uses, which explains the proximity to Bar Hill and Northstowe for the locations that we've chosen.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Young's question on CBC.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the biomedical campus, members may recall that in the first proposals consultation, we identified that there may be a case to release further land from the Cambridge Greenbelt to enable the expansion of the biomedical campus. Now, since the first proposals consultation, the biomedical campus have provided, I suppose, further evidence, or they've made a case to us to say that, they think that there are merits in supporting the release of that land. I think the only other thing to mention before I come on to what that case is there's also been a written ministerial statement that was from about 18 months ago, I think now, where the government essentially supported the expansion of the campus and effectively suggested that the campus should come forward with a planning application in the near future. Now, in terms of what that kind of the case that the campus put forward, I think it's kind of worth bearing in mind that the campus is globally unique in the sense that it brings together clinical healthcare, life science research and development, and academia into one central location. You don't find that anywhere else in the world. So if you look at MIT in Boston, you look at the life science campuses in Sydney and Melbourne, for example, you don't have those three elements combined. And that's what makes the biomedical campus unique. Now, we understand that there will be trade-offs, there always are, in terms of when you release land from the Greenbelt. But based on everything that's happening at the campus and the case that the campus have put forward, officers are recommending that further land is released from the Greenbelt to support the campus with its expansion. Now, hopefully the policy is clear, but again, we can look at this further. But in order to the release of Greenbelt shouldn't just come without any improvements to the existing campus. I think it's, we've been on quite a journey, especially with the communities through the SPD process that we went on recently, that there are deficiencies with the existing campus that need to be addressed. And so, the policy needs to be really clear, and hopefully it is, that the improvements to the campus need to come forward as well as further expansion. So it's about making sure that, people have good access to services and facilities, outside of kind of working hours, that it provides jobs for campus workers, that people can get in and out of the campus, in a timely way, that there's facilities like creches and all of these sorts of things for staff and their families. Now, in terms of the master planning exercise, I think there's a kind of a sequential approach to this. So I think the first foundation is the local plan policy and the spatial framework. I think what needs to happen in parallel is actually, as we develop through the next kind of 18 months with the local plan, is thinking about working with the campus for them to bring forward a master plan alongside that. Because essentially what we don't want, and I know at JDCC this has been mentioned several times, is that we're trying to resist piecemeal development coming forward. And so this is where the master plan is going to be absolutely essential.
Thank you. I certainly think from my point of view, and using my voice here, I would welcome it being clearer in that policy, because at the moment it's only referred to in the header text, it's not in the policy, because if we don't get that master plan needs to come forward sooner rather than later. I can see Councillor Young nodding. I don't see any objections to that from anyone. Now, we are running very tight on time already. I think Councillor Dale put his hand up. If you could be really brief, I'd appreciate it, and then I'll sum up and we'll take a short break.
Thank you, Chair. Just noting different issues that have been picked up here, I thought one point that I would flag is, well, access to Chesterton Fen. So at the moment, we've got a level crossing point that actually has impacts this local plan in a number of different ways. Because we've got we will hopefully have 3 train stations, but the access is therefore limited because we've got to obviously keep access on the level crossing. That then impacts that community, and that has been ring-fenced as an area that's particularly important for the travel community that within those proposals. So is there any opportunity now to actually start to safeguard space for a future road crossing that would actually mean that we could remove the dependence on that level crossing?
Thank you. So when we were preparing the North East Cambridge Area Action Plan, there was a lot of engagement on that point from the local community, and we're really aware of the downtime that the barriers are and how that was segregating the local community in that area from the wider Cambridge area, I suppose. There was some work done at a high level, talking to Network Rail, as well as engaging with the County Council, trying to understand what other options may be available, thinking about how we may be able to facilitate, I don't know, either improvements to the crossing, and whether that might be through, I don't know, cameras and stuff like that, to think about how the crossing can be better managed, but also thinking about if there are other alternatives if you close the crossing and put in other access points. I think ultimately, ultimately it's quite a challenge. There are obviously a number of existing assets and constraints in that area. I think if there was somehow through maybe the transport strategy, thinking about an orbital route between North East Cambridge and Cambridge East, that may unlock that as a potential route, as a potential option. But that doesn't come without, obviously timescales. What does that mean? What does the cost implications mean, etc. So I know it's probably not an easy answer, but I don't think there is an easy solution to that problem at this point in time. We have explored it. But, I think that's something that we need to continue to pick up through the transport strategy and think about, well, what are the secondary and third benefits of something like an orbital route in that area?
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. I mean, I think this did come to planning and transport at some point a couple of years ago. I think the aspiration was some kind of safeguarded land for road stuff, but that was a while ago. I may be wrong on that. I think if it's okay, people, I'm going to sum up on what I think I'm taking for. Also, I'm keen that this scrutiny committee isn't just nice words. I'm going to propose, if members are happy, that we actually suggest to officers and the cabinet member that they think about possibly adding in some text to reflect what we've said in some of the supporting documents, potentially before it goes to cabinet. So I had down that we need to be very clear about infrastructure coming forward, so particularly in Cambourne, but I suppose across the wider strategic plan. So I don't know whether that might be strengthened in the text, but there's a clear aspiration. I know it is picked up in some of the other infrastructure delivery policies later. There was a discussion about freight. Obviously, we're anticipating roads, but I'm assuming that we could have something about future-proofing that area, that if rail freight did come forward, and obviously I don't know, I'll leave that to officers. The CBC master plan, I think, certainly from some members at least, I don't see any dissent, was that we need to have that clearer in the policy, that the master plan is critical, not going to be an afterthought. And again, Chesterton Fen, whether there is an aspiration to make sure that we're not prejudicing it against any future development if funding came through. Are members happy for us to propose to officers and the cabinet member now, potentially before cabinet, that might be tweaked before it goes to consultation? Obviously, if cabinet disagree, they can say no. But I'm keen that we don't just come away with some nice ideas. I would like us to suggest some changes. So, I see, Stephen.
Just a point of clarification, a very minor point. It was suggested the plan might safeguard land. I think I would caution against that because we can't demonstrate that it's deliverable, which would impact its soundness examination. But with that kind of qualification, I've got nothing to comment on.
Thank you. Do members agree? Are we happy to put that forward to Councillor Thornborough and the officer team to see what you can do with those proposals, potentially before Cabinet or at Cabinet? Thank you. I'm going to press. We are very tight on time. We've used 2 hours, so that's about an hour and a half. Obviously, these are two of the bigger areas, but I would propose a 10-minute break. I do appreciate people may be hungry. Please feel free to eat sandwiches here as well when we go back into the meeting, as long as you're not on camera. Let's have a 10-minute break, and then we will come back, and I will urge members to be very concise and officers in their responses so we can get through the rest. Thank you. Hello again and welcome to the continuation of the Performance, Assets and Strategy Scrutiny Committee tonight, looking at the proposed local plan. We've done the two kind of quite major areas and talked about the consultation. We do have 5 areas left and we don't have that much time, even if we don't guillotine after 3 hours and add on the extra 30 minutes. So I would really encourage members to be as brief as possible, and also officers as well. And obviously, if you have some particular specific points, you can feed those direct to officers and the cabinet members as well. So the next part is climate change, biodiversity and green spaces. That does include questions you might want to ask on water, both potable, drinking or foul sewage, although I do appreciate officers did cover some of that previously. So could I ask if any members of the Performance, Assets and Scrutiny Committee have any particular questions they want to raise, and then obviously we'll move on to the other Scrutiny Committee that this is very much within their remit as well. Thank you. Nobody has any questions? No? Does anyone have any questions from the... Councillor Gardner-Smith, Councillor Bennett, was that Councillor Young as well? I saw. Okay, let's go with that. Start with Councillor Gardner-Smith, please.
Great, thank you. I mean, first of all, just a general comment that I want to really support and applaud the ambition when it comes to both the net zero ambition of this plan and also the recognition of the biodiversity emergency that we face and the particular challenges that Cambridgeshire face. So I think it's great, you know, somebody has to be at the top in terms of ambition and you know, going over and above what is required of us, and why not Cambridge? So just that's a general comment. I've got a couple of sort of more specific questions on some of the policy areas. So firstly on biodiversity, so I think so I noted that the policy is sort of sets a target of a biodiversity net gain of 20% in larger developments, not in smaller developments for viability reasons. But I think what if I've read it correctly, it also allows developers, even in those larger sites, to deliver wholly or all of that net gain off-site. Is that the case? So essentially, can you deliver your commitment as a developer by investing in biodiversity net gain outside of the area that you are actually developing? That seems to me not to provide those benefits that actual local residents who are going to live on those sites deserve and need when it comes to biodiversity. Similar question on enhancing open spaces, which is connected to this. Again, you know, I think I've read that the quantity standards can be met by direct provision of new and or improved open spaces and or off-site. So again, is the policy suggesting that developers can meet the requirements in terms of new and improved open spaces by sort of offsetting that or delivering it outside of the development that they are actually responsible for? Again, you know, if we're thinking about the benefit to the residents that are going to live there, we know, as you've put in these reports, how important it is to have open spaces, improved open spaces, and access to biodiverse, rich environments. I've got a couple of other questions, but do you want to, I don't know whether anybody else.
I'm happy for you to just quickly fire them off if you could, brief as possible, would be much appreciated.
Yes. So then in terms of the net zero target, and I think if I've understood this correctly, what's being the ambition that's being set is to look at the whole life carbon emissions of a development. So, you know, from including embodied carbon, and that you recognise that this is a sort of new area, that metrics are still being defined, and there are you know, so this is a sort of emerging area of understanding in terms of how we measure our emissions. I think it's great that we are wanting to be, you know, nationally leading in this area. But I suppose my question there is about sort of, you know, the kind of viability of that. Also, if our understanding of how we measure embodied carbon changes, you know, how much flexibility is there in the plan to really take account of that, you know, sort of further down the line. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, do you mind if I ask Councillor Young first? Because I've realised, of course, she's scrutiny in your joint local plan. So I'll take Councillor Young, followed by Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've got a requirement for net zero. First of all, I'd like to echo Councillor Gardner-Smith's comments on the ambition. I think it's fantastic. So we've got a requirement for net zero, but there seems to be a test for economic viability. I'm just wondering whether that's a way of getting out of those very laudable targets. And then there's a renewable energy generation, and it's allowed provided it does not affect, and there's a whole list of things such that it's difficult to see in what circumstances it could possibly be built. I was wondering whether you could comment on that. And Chair, I have got well, I've got loads of questions, but I think I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bennett, do you want to pop yours as well, and then we'll get officers to answer them all?
I'll be as quick as I can. Pleased to see the improved wording, but can we go further, particularly on things like Urban Heat Island, where I think we need to hammer people over the heads with it, because I think councillors may be aware of it and officers may be aware of it, but developers are not. And the other thing I wanted to raise was river corridors, where we have a lot of competing and important needs to satisfy. For example, the Riverside area is an active travel corridor. We currently have 3,000 bikes a day going through it. That is not particularly helpful for the animals and birds for which that is a habitat. And, you know, we need some balance there to ensure that we don't lose the biodiversity habitat. Wetlands are really important, and it's also a floodplain area. So could we look at the balance? I know that the Riverside Residents Association has submitted some draft.
I've just take you off to be brief, just because I'm really mindful of time. But thank you. I think we get the point. It's the balance between the active travel routes versus the potential risk to biodiversity and how that's managed in the plan. Officers, could I ask you to respond as you wish to those questions? Thank you.
If I may start with the biodiversity, touch on the river corridors too. So do we allow for off-site biodiversity net gain? We do allow for it, but it's not a requirement, so it's on-site first. If you look at the detail of the policy, clause 3 says when on-site options for biodiversity net gain have been evidenced to be exhausted as agreed with the local planning authority. So it's very much on-site first, and only if you cannot meet it on site. That is prescribed by the legislation regarding biodiversity net gain anyway, so there's limited manoeuvrability for the local plan itself. For inhabitable open spaces, that is a policy that is in some ways a work in progress. So I don't know if you've read the detail, but some of the standards have yet to be fully worked up. Having said that, there's a clause in there about the different scales of spaces, and it would be very much that smaller spaces would be expected to be on site. We do have an evidence need, though, for strategic scale open spaces, which only the biggest sites might be possible to provide. And so we do want to channel funds off-site for those bigger spaces that people will travel to because they're more of a destination. If I may just touch on the river corridors to close that one off as well, just while I'm talking. There's a helpful point that I think we can reflect on the balance point. I guess the policy itself does bring together a range of elements of the plan elsewhere, and of course, all policies apply when you're looking at a proposal. Clearly, obviously, the river corridor, this policy and the plan only applies where development is proposed, so wider action might be needed if there's a kind of a bigger issue to address. But we can have a look to see whether we can strengthen the thoughts about balance, but I would suggest that probably you come to it when you get a development and an application and you apply all the policies to do that balancing. But we can have a look.
In terms of the net zero questions, one of the suite of documents is supporting our net zero policies. I think it's a really good document. It explores the learnings from policies that have been put together elsewhere. And some of those wording points about viability, for example, I think reflect policies we think have been found sound because we want to get through and have a sound plan at the end of the day. In terms of viability, the other thing that evidence does is explores the potential cost of implementing the policy in quite a lot of detail. And those costs then be fed into the whole plan viability assessment. So we hope to demonstrate those policies are viable, and the norm should be that those standards are deliverable in developments. In terms of the renewable energy, we have to strike the right balance, and we think the policy put forward balances supporting renewable energy, but also it should be in the right places and of the right kinds. So I hope we get good feedback on that policy, if it's consulted on, and see if we've got that balance correct. On the urban heat island, I think as a suite of policies we've gone quite far if there are specific points, but I would hope consultation is the opportunity to give feedback on whether it's gone far enough, but I think it's a strong policy.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions? I think Councillor Gawthorpe does, and I will, but I will cede to my Vice Chair first.
Okay, quick one. Allotments. I didn't find it, but maybe it's in there. Actually, I think allotment. Well, allotments are there. Where are they mentioned? That's the first thing. I think they are actually. And then the key thing really is about, well, two things. Firstly, I'd be quite keen to have a policy about grey water systems in housing, and then and allotments, or not using potable water, and then it's the monitoring and the enforcement. And the same with the biodiversity net gain. And when, you know, a developer comes in and removes things before, or removes hedgerows and trees and whatnot before they start building, how can we get that enforcement and monitoring better? Thanks.
Thank you. And if it's acceptable, I will just ask my two questions. I mean, I think the policy we're missing is the green roof policy. There is nowhere in here that allows us to insist on a green roof on flat roofs that aren't otherwise occupied by solar PV. So I'd be really grateful if officers could have a look with Councillor Thornborough to make sure that's in there. It's particularly well used in planning on cycle sheds, but it just means that every single cycle shed produces 6 foot of cedar roof, which is fantastic to see around the city. And it seems to, it's sort of implied in various policies, but I can't find the one that we use a lot in planning where we say this is a flat roof, it needs to be green or cedar unless there's a good reason not to. So I would urge officers, if scrutiny are agreeable, to look at that. And the other one is we are relying very heavily on Anglian Water's promises to retrofit and do all these kind of cutting edge things. I have to say, I think it's been raised at Planning and Transport cross-party before. Confidence, I would say, is low in that. I don't think they've achieved their 2019 targets yet. And we also have the issue with foul water now, where understandably Anglian Water plans have changed. I wonder if officers could comment on the risks associated with that, because I think it is important. We did touch on it earlier, but for me, that is something I really do want Cabinet to look at carefully and to be confident that if these things do not come forward, how we're going to manage things like stepping the infrastructure. So this idea that we do actually say you can't build out until this happens. So the Grampian conditions that we've already started using in planning. So I'm raising them here because obviously it relates to potable water and foul water. So it's green roofs and retrofitting really. Thank you.
I'll just pick up on the allotments, if I may, and the food growing. So in the protecting open spaces policy, while they're not listed in the policy itself, a lot of the open spaces are allotments, so we are protecting those that exist. In terms of providing open spaces, I think it's referred to as food growing spaces rather than allotments specifically, but it is in there to kind of accommodate the range of spaces that are needed.
Grey water. So in the climate change policy, we set out a proposed policy on water efficiency. And that proposed policy rather responds to a current consultation going on changes to building regulations. But what we propose in our draft policy is that as long as there are changes to the necessary regulation regime, which we are promised are coming, then our policy should seek elements of recycling, particularly in larger schemes where they become more viable, to make sure we are setting a very strong water efficiency level. And just linking into the final question, we do need to continue to keep monitoring the implementation of the water supply changes, water efficiency and so on. And it's worth mentioning in our water evidence, which is one of the documents that's published, we worked with government and the Water Scarcity Group to develop a water dashboard, which allow us to test the impact of different growth levels and the timing of growth relative to water efficiency or water supply measures. So we can continue to use that tool going forward as plans for the area evolve. On the green roofs point, I think that's in there in a couple of places, particularly in the SUDS policy as well. But we can check that one, but I'm pretty sure it's in there, and I'm being pointed to it as well. On the monitoring enforcement, I think Mr. Kelly wants to come in onto that final point.
Thank you. Yeah, no, in terms of monitoring and enforcement more generally, clearly the local planning authority has obligations to ensure that matters are delivered. I think this point about confidence in the delivery of or developers watering things down. In fact, we've done quite a lot of work talking to the development community about why they're not complying with planning conditions, particularly around things like landscaping. We've met with a number of the major house builders who acknowledge that perhaps their processes haven't necessarily always been that effective at ensuring delivery. And it's at that final stage where some of this stuff actually gets missed or lost, or indeed is substandard in terms of its implementation. So it's not to say it won't continue to happen, but from a planning policy perspective, I think we're better placed with the monitoring tools that we've got, with the more rigorous approach in terms of the specification, discharge of conditions so that they can be enforceable, for example, and the details submitted to feel more confident in delivery. People will always potentially gain that system, but the policy updates, the kind of conditions and the way that they get translated through to implementation is something that we are continuously working on. Sorry, Councillor Thornborough's corrected me or clarified that I think you were seeking understanding of energy consumption and water consumption measures. Is that right? So I think there are some challenges associated with that, but what we've seen in the Water Resource Management Plan, for example, is commitment to full metering, smart metering and so forth. It is true that if you look at the water evidence base that we have, that there are some real challenges about non-domestic water consumption, how you plot it, forecast it and manage it. I think that's something we're going to have to continue to work with the Water Scarcity Group, with Government and Environment Agency on, because even the water industry struggles, in fact, to try and monitor and track those issues. But the dashboard that Jonathan's highlighted is I think a first, but is hopefully a really strong tool for us to be able to use as we go forward and think about cramping conditions and so forth.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any points they wish to make on this area? If not, thank you very much. I will just sum up. So I think generally, we want to strongly support the very ambitious nature of this plan. The climate policies, the net zero, the biodiversity recognitions. Yeah, I'm seeing nodding. We are very supportive of the need to be clear in the plan about biodiversity net gain needs to be on site wherever possible, so it doesn't come at the expense of equality. I think a lot of our other policies cover that in terms of open spaces, but I think everyone's agreeing with that. We want to make sure the river corridors, I suppose any active travel corridors, are balanced with the active travel uses. So I don't know if officers could go and have a think about that. We had some concerns that the viability tests must be robust. I mean, I have to say we're lucky in this area. We have very few, but nonetheless, that could change. There was a mention that allotments, I think, Councillor Gawthorpe, you were happy that they are mentioned in there as growing spaces. I don't know if it's perhaps useful to define them as allotments as well, because that might be the terminology people are more used to using.
I would, so that they're not confused with commercial growing spaces.
Yes, so and certainly I think sometimes food growing can be, you know, for a developer will have a food growing space for staff as opposed to an allotment which someone's owns. So, and I think size of allotments is always useful to think about as well, given that people often prefer smaller ones. We were talking about committee having potentially some concerns about the monitoring enforcement around these kind of energy and grey water conditions. I certainly think on JDMC we've seen some quite ambitious conditions where we've asked developers to consider sharing data with the local planning authority. I certainly would like to see that possibly echoed more strongly in the plan as an expectation that that would be something we could do to learn from, if nothing else. I think you are right, there is a reference to green roofs. I've found it in the SUDs. I would like that to link clearly to the cycle storage and garage kind of facilities as well, because I think that's something that we have leaned on quite heavily in planning. And we've also talked about the concern of committee about, you know, the need for people like Anglian Water to actually deliver on the promises of the retrofitting and the cutting edge market things they're going to be bringing in, because if that doesn't come forward, there is a risk that we would need to think about stepping development further back. So I think that would be what I would reflect back to Cabinet. Is anyone, have I missed anything? Have anyone disagree? No? Fantastic. Thank you very much for being concise in your questions. We will now move on to the next item, which is wellbeing and social inclusion and great places, which I linked together because they seem to sit very well. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, I have two comments and one question. First of all, I should give a declaration of interest. I'm a director at Cambridge United Football Club, and I know some people might disagree that is a sports and recreational activity, but could be impacted by some of the developments here. The second comment is I really welcome this section, and I feel the cultural element and some of the, if you like, sideshows of culture could be greater emphasised. So, for example, the roles of public houses. One of the great reasons I love living in and around Petersfield and represent Petersfield is the public house and the culture that the public houses offer. Too often in new developments, there aren't any new public houses. In fact, they're almost absent. And if you look around the city in new developments, they aren't there. And yet they hold a major role for the community. So that's forgive me, that's a comment. The question relates to density, which I think is section 5, or pages 526 to 528. Density and density of housing is a key for me to many of the questions we pose. If you have greater density, which I am an advocate for, it then has knock-ons for climate change, for water, for communities, for the way in which we actually live in this city in the future. It actually creates the ability to have greater green space and greater nature. So again, I think the question I'm posing is, within such an area such as Greater Cambridge, how are you going to differentiate between the various different types of proposed sites you have, as outlined in the plan, between those in the city, those on the edge, and those in the more rural aspects? Because clearly density will have a role to play in all those areas. And what I see in the plan is interesting, but quite loose. And I wonder if that's deliberate, or whether or not you need that, and you need that flexibility, or whether or not it needs to be more specific come the end of the plan. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions to add to that at the moment? Oh, Councillor Gardner-Smith. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions in this area. The first is around healthy new developments policy. So I note, I'm pleased to see the inclusion now of controls for hot food takeaways, particularly around schools, for instance. I think that's a really positive development in the policy. I wonder, though, whether it could also include other sort of recognised public health, businesses that have a recognised public health impact, such as gambling and betting shops. I don't see them covered currently in the local plan, and I think it's really important to think about how we plan for where those should be located and should not be located as part of the local plan. But if it's included, it would be really interesting to know where in the policies it is. I also wanted to just touch on the meanwhile uses. as well. So, I think, there's been lots of studies about how there is a very low supply of affordable workspaces for creative industries and individual artists, so artist space as well, particularly in central Cambridge, but around Cambridgeshire. I think this could be something that we could add to the, to the sort of the list of potential uses, meanwhile uses. I know that in the cultural and creative hubs policy, it recognises the global trend of seeing cultural infrastructure as a catalyst for wider regeneration. So, I think there's something really, that would be really ambitious about including artist spaces in meanwhile use as well, and being explicit about in the policy. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Young, yep, go ahead. We'll collect them all together.
Just very quickly, I'm concerned about community centres. The language talks about community facilities, but that includes like a local shop, and that also a very good thing to have. But I think it's also important that we have explicitly that it's a community room that is available for public use for and community hire. They're not the same thing, and we have a desperate need for them, and it takes a long time to get one after the event. So I think it would be good to have that language really clear in the plan on that.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to officers if they're happy to take those.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just pick up on the comment around residential densities from Councillor Davey? So yeah, I couldn't agree more in terms of kind of what you were saying, and I think that's kind of reflected in terms of what the policy and the policy justification is saying around critical mass. It supports kind of existing services and facilities, and all of those are really important things. There's a piece of evidence that we've done, which is a townscape characterisation study. So that looks at kind of the existing kind of townscape character of Cambridge and also some of the main settlements in South Cambs, trying to understand, what the character is at the moment, and so that therefore when applications do come forward for redevelopment and densification, we can understand that, it's not kind of density just for density's sake. Actually, it responds positively to its local context. There is a piece of work that we're doing at the moment where we're creating a digital tool, seeing what kind of existing densities and heights are across the city. The NPPF requires us to significantly increase densities on brownfield land, particularly in areas close to transport hubs in particular. Now, you can only do that if you know what the baseline is. So we're actually developing a piece of software at the moment with MHCLG funding to do that, enable officers to do that, which hopefully will help when it comes to delivery and implementation of the plan. But one of the things that we will be doing, and the policy kind of alludes to this, is that for the Reg 19 consultation next year, what we want to do is a piece of evidence looking at where in the city we may be able to identify areas where density may be appropriate, high densities may be appropriate. So close to transport hubs, close to existing services and facilities by walking and cycling. But also layering in the work that we've done on the Cambridge skyline and tall building strategy. So understanding where the sensitivities are in the skyline to make sure we're not, suggesting density could go in inappropriate locations. So there's a bit of a balance, a bit of a trade-off in terms of what we want to do, but we do want to get to a point for the Reg 19 consultation next year where we've started to identify potential areas for increases in density.
Thank you very much. I think we had questions on gambling and betting, which I very strongly support you in that. I think that's something we need to consider, artist spaces and community spaces for hire.
I can just say a few words. Apologies, Stephen. Do you want to go first? Just on the question that was raised about community facilities, I think we would strongly acknowledge that that probably there's a little bit more we could do in relation to community facilities. We're actually working with officers across the councils at the moment to potentially commission some more evidence to give us a stronger evidence base on the existing provision of community facilities. When I say community facilities, I mean community halls, and I think the sort of spaces that you refer to. The City Council does have an existing strategy on community halls and facilities, but I think it's acknowledged that that is now due a review. So as part of the work, what we're looking to identify is actually based on the growth that is proposed through the local plan and also what we know about existing supply of spaces across Greater Cambridge, both in terms of quantity and quality, where those additional community spaces are required, what sites within that we're allocating in the plan we should be actually making more explicit recommendations on in terms of what types of facilities might be provided. But also we're going to be working with officers as well to look at sort of how those facilities can be managed and stewarded on a long-term basis as well, because I think obviously one of the challenges is sort of the backdrop of the public purse and the burdens the public face purse of actually managing those. So what we're going to be looking at as part of that work is how we can make those spaces more sustainable as well. It's something that we're working on. It's not quite ready for this iteration of the local plan, but it's something we're going to be continuing to work through as we move towards Reg 19 next year.
Thank you. So are we suggesting we couldn't change it now, but we could note to Cabinet that we would really like this to be reconsidered before we reach Regulation 19, if that's acceptable to Councillor Young? I think, or perhaps yes, even put something in the supporting text that this is a developing area.
You can absolutely do that. Yeah.
Excellent. That's put one of my recommendations down. And then we had the artist spaces. And
I could just pick up that point really, really quickly. So the supporting text for the meanwhile use policy does make reference to sort of exhibition spaces. I think it's a fair point that the word artist isn't reflected explicitly, but we can definitely look at that text.
I think it was artist studios as well as the, yeah. So sure. Are we happy to ask for that to be included as an amendment prior to Cabinet, if that's obviously subject to Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Thornborough and officers? And anyone want to speak on the gambling?
So I will try. Having introduced gambling and policies similarly towards health and well-being, I think the problem that we face at the moment is an evidence base to correlate a policy. We've got one on food takeaways because there's a kind of general accepted metric and model for being able to identify that. We can certainly look further as we head through the process, but part of the challenge has been getting the health sector to step into that space to assist us in terms of a database, because any policy that we have to put in, we have to justify with the evidence that underpins it. And so we can certainly look at that through towards the Regulation 19 stage, but when we have tried to identify, is there an evidence base to justify this? Certainly, I remember challenging officers here some time ago when we were looking to formulate the policies, there simply wasn't an evidence base that we could deploy for Cambridge to justify that position, but we'll keep pressing.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner-Smith, did you want to come back?
I mean, so for instance, I'm just looking at gambling-related harms evidence review summary from the Department for Health and Social Care. So, but I noted you said right at the end for Cambridge. So this is a national evidence review, but you're suggesting that we need something specific to Cambridge, is that?
We wouldn't be able to ban all gambling institutions from the city, and so you then are looking at geography. So it's not so much the causal effect, it's identifying a geography in which the ban, effectively your policy framework, needs to be spatially relevant. So you would, for example, you couldn't, in my view, ban all gambling institutions or uses from an area, a geography, without evidence. What you would need to do is to look at the causal effects and the impacts of gambling in a particular area in order to be able to justify a policy, very much as we have done around hot food takeaways, that it isn't the attractiveness to schools and young people. So that's the evidential gap that we face, but we can certainly continue to explore it with,
I think
the help.
Short of a total ban, can you not look at density and clustering?
Or for example, like cumulative impact zones, which we do for alcohol, for example. I certainly I would like to note that as something that we would very much welcome further research before we move to Reg 19, if that's...
But I think it's going to take us some time to coalesce some evidence around it.
Of course, it would be nice to get it in this local plan though, because otherwise it's going to be quite a long wait to next. Councillor Bennett, if you've got a really quick one, because I'm mindful we have 45 minutes left and 4 sections to go through.
Okay, I just wanted to raise the fact that a lot of community facilities are in older, cheaper buildings. They're exactly the sort of buildings that end up being redeveloped. And we have had the issue with Cambridge Reuse, with the Mobility Equipment Centre at the Technology Park, Squared Circle Boxing Club, and that's just 3 losses in the one ward. Do we have any sort of register for the city as to what facilities we have and how much we're losing?
I could come back on that point. I mean, I think that's precisely why we'd like to do this additional piece of evidence work to really sort of understand what the current supply is. And obviously, as part of that piece of work, we can look at those sort of circumstances maybe where facilities have been lost. And as part of the work, we are also going to be asking the consultants to give us really clear recommendations about how we can secure the future of these kind of spaces through our policies. So I'm really hopeful that the work we're doing will sort of address the points you've raised just there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other questions. I had one point, which I'm bringing up here because it's appropriate. We have a real issue with big developments that roads are not built to adoptable standards. I appreciate sometimes that's because county won't adopt them, but within 2 years we will be county, so that policy may change. I would really like to ask officers and cabinet members to go back and have a real think about that, because I would like the policy to have an aspiration that all roads should be built to adoptable, because if they're not, it gets sold to a management company where the fees issues immediately come in. So if Scrutiny are agreeable to that, and else I would like to add that to the list. I can see some nodding. I think that's covered that area. I'm going to run through very quickly what I'm reporting back. So we would like to add immediately, if possible, with consent of the relevant people, the artist studio spaces to the meanwhile uses. We want to be clear about a cultural strategy for the city, the edges, and obviously the more rural areas, including ideas of density and how that supports the community and where it's appropriate. We would like to make a strong recommendation to Cabinet that community spaces for hire come forward under the Reg 19. We would like to do the same for gambling, that we appreciate can't be done now, but build an evidence base in time for Regulation 19, which is when this will basically come back as the final plan. And that also applies to the register of facilities, which I think Councillor Bennett mentioned, and the adopted roads. I would very much like something in the current plan now, if possible, or at least at Cabinet to reflect the aspiration that roads should be of an adoptable standard. Oh, Councillor Davey, did I get anything wrong there?
Well, it's a bit missed out. I meant far more, density has far more implications than just about communities, which is the point you picked up. And I think I would therefore, when you go back to Cabinet, I'd want that raised about the impact that density has in the city. And it's the point that you answered, I think, very well about how you have the flexibility in using the tools to actually, because it's about the whole design, the look of the city, more than just about how it relates to communities. And if I've got it right, this is the place, this is the area within the plan that density is talked about.
Okay, so we're defining cultural strategy for city edges and rural area, and also the design and density and the impact of that in different areas of the city, and presumably South Cambs as well.
Sort of, yes. It's a bit more, I think I meant more than that, but because it's...
Okay.
I don't want to delay you.
Can I
think
suggest
you've only got
perhaps
5 minutes rather than half an hour.
But yes, we'll have to agree to extend. Would you mind emailing, if anything else, to John and copying myself and Jenny and Matt in, and we'll follow that up. Thank you. Yeah, as we know, we are coming towards 8:35, which will be our 3 hours. I will propose to extend it for the additional half hour if people are in agreement with that, but we do need to move on quite quickly. Councillor Thornborough, did you want to come in on that point?
On an earlier point you made about adoptable roads. So adoptable roads and adoptable open spaces are very dependent on local authority funding, and I know some local authorities do not want to adopt open spaces because of the maintenance cost. But generally I agree with you. In our planning committees we are very keen to adopt, but it's not necessarily a planning decision, it's a local authority funding decision in some cases.
I think it was more that they could be built to adoptable standards. So, for example, if the local authority became whatever LGR decides, it may be that we would decide to be more keen on that. So I think it was just to have that aspiration in there somewhere. Thank you. I'm going to move on to jobs. I do appreciate we have covered quite a lot of jobs, so please don't repeat your questions. I can see, do we have any questions from the members of performance? Oh, yeah, is everybody happy to extend the meeting? We're not quite there yet, but we might as well ask this question now. I would prefer to extend it because I would rather get this done, rather than not come back on homes and infrastructure, which I think have some really important things. Do we need to go to a vote? Are people generally happy to extend? I'm seeing... Well, okay. Yes, ditto. I'm rather looking forward to my dinner later, but yes, I think it's important for this. Councillor Clough. Thank you, Councillor Clough. Yes, Councillor Clough will have to leave shortly, but thank you very much for coming. Sorry. Oh, and well, Councillor Bennett is here as his reserve anyway, so with many hats on, like most of us. Okay, could I move on to the jobs, please? Councillor Bick has his hand up. Go, Councillor Bick.
Yeah. Strangely enough, the subject of visitor accommodation is in the jobs section, and there is an interesting section on page 593. I was interested in the in section 7 of that on the 594, which addresses the conversion of dwellings to visitor accommodation. My concern here is a long-standing subject of discussion in the council about the online, the sort of accommodation that is marketed on online platforms, and it emerges in perfectly normal residential housing. And there are a number of issues with that. They are highlighted in the paper, but cannibalisation of the housing supply in a way we simply are not aware of. Concentrations changing the character of areas. And I think that the concern that I have with what is written in section 7 here is that it seems to carry the proviso where planning permission is needed. And my understanding is that that really is not taking us further forward from where we already are. And if there is some progress inherent in what's written here, please say if I've got it wrong. But I do think that the supporting information is very difficult to read and understand. So it could be that something is hidden in there that I'm not aware of. I think that we really need to have a method of addressing this, and I've been waiting for this section of the new local plan, hopefully to take us further forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. If you could sum up, I'd be really grateful, just because we're running very short time.
I think you should be talking also about Cambridge City Centre, not only Trumpington Meadows and the railway station. I think it's not credible not to mention that. And I would like to know why it's been possible to push the boat out in ways we all agree in relation to climate change in the local plan, where we don't have the support of kind of national standards, but we aren't doing here on this area.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. I don't see any more questions on jobs. I mean, I do echo the concerns about short-term lets. This has come up at council. And certainly in my area, the housing stock is disappearing to that, and it, for me, causes real problems for people trying to move into the area, renting or buying on a longer term. If officers could respond, that would be great.
So I think the fundamental problem with a development management policy is that it can only bite if it has a planning application on which it is a material consideration of. And so part of the difficulty is the government had suggested it was going to consult on changes to the use classes order to make this much more clear cut. But we have tried to take action against temporary accommodation or temporary changes of use, as they might be described, from permanent residential homes to this type of holiday accommodation or temporary accommodation, and it's just not been particularly successful because of the frame through which we have to look at any enforcement action. So the qualification has to be there, otherwise the local plan is overreaching its capabilities and wouldn't necessarily be sound. We don't. That's not to diminish the concern that exists around this topic. If the legislation changes in anticipation of being able to determine planning applications, then the policy is there to stand in and support it. And in some respects, the considerations haven't changed. Councillor Bick's quite right that there are amenity issues, there are real issues around character and so on, and the policy tries to cover that. But unfortunately, we can't put policies in place for things that we cannot, that do not require planning permission.
We do, I mean, obviously there's the Article 4 directive, which is referenced in the text, which is where you kind of ring fence an area where you remove the permitted development rights. I mean, I'd certainly be keen to see that strengthened or some aspiration to move towards that. Because
it's not permitted development, it's a change of use.
Sorry, change of use.
And so Article 4s relate to permitted development under these classes, general.
I mean, is there any evidence that we could achieve before Reg 19 on this?
I don't think so. I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether there are any moves to progress the legislation on change of use, but I don't think so.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions on jobs. So again, I will report to Cabinet that there are some concerns, which I didn't see any dissent for, around the lack of policies around short-term lets, acknowledging that that is an issue, but noting that that is something we would hope that Cabinet and officers could attempt to find any resolution to, certainly in terms of, well, you know, even having it as an aspiration to me would be a good start. Thank you very much. Okay, we're making good progress. We're now moving on to homes, which I suspect may be quite a longer one. So, can I ask if anyone from the Performance Assets and Strategy Committee first has any comments about the housing? Councillor Dale, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Dale.
I'll try to be quick. Bottom of page 607 makes reference to shared ownership homes or other affordable. I do note that I think shared ownership schemes have come under some scrutiny and criticism recently. I just wondered if there was, you know, any other alternatives we may look at, and also if there was any view on what other affordable may encompass.
Thank you. Oh, and Councillor Gawthrope-Wood.
Yeah, one is about HMOs. Is there any way that we can regulate HMOs that are converted from existing houses? Get that in there. I did notice that I wonder if there needs to be some kind of provision for housing for 16 plus looked after children. And then on students, I'm going to put it under here. We've got
in the next one. Actually.
Oh, is that on the next
Students
one?
Are under the next one.
Right. Okay.
No, I apologise. You're wrong.
Right.
Carry on.
Students, right. The numbers that you've got as the evidence. So I'm now looking for my notes. Anyway, go up to 2033. We're on 2045. But it looked as though from the numbers, which was 2033, and they could all be accommodated in Eddington, or almost all 2042 student accommodation being built. But of course you've got ARU, you've got Cambridge University. So I'm wondering if you could comment a bit more about the students and how they'll be accommodated. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Can I add a
Oh, hang on.
No.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Just on provision of living accommodation for elderly people. So we've got assisted, you've got supported nursing. Now, which are independent living? Obviously nursing homes aren't entirely, but is this assisted living? And also how much of it, I mean, this is all private provision or it's not specified? Just that question. Thank you.
I'm going to add my questions, if that's okay, then we can deal with them all at once. Firstly, I would like a reference in here to reasonable management fees. So whether that's co-living or HMOs or build to rent, because again, a bit like the adopted roads, we do have issues where it's taken over by a management company and we have no control over the amount of management fees they charge, even though I appreciate if they're affordable, they're included. So I would really appreciate officers' response on that. I would also like to ask, it's page 620, how we can add something about resisting a change from an ancillary use of an annex into a short-term let, because at the moment we have no policy protection there. So you build out your ancillary use to put your family in, and then next week you say, right, I want it to be in short-term let, and we can't stop that. So I wonder if officers could take that away and have a think about it. And finally, the student accommodation policy, you probably know I'm going to mention this. I don't understand why it includes staff. I'm sorry, but if student accommodation, fine, but we're saying that we would allow 25% to be staff. So these are staff earning a wage. This is not postgraduate PhD students. And I noticed that we are clawing back the affordable contribution, I think, from students, which is welcome. But if it's a staff accommodation, in my view, it should be treated as a normal house. It should have amenity space. It should meet space standards. And I do understand there is a need for academic staff, but I suppose as a professional services staff, I'd note most of the people who earn less are not the academics, it will be the other staff. And this policy to me seems wrong. If it's about students, it needs to be about students. And the staff need to be dealt with as anyone else would. And at Eddington, they have been included in part of the affordable, but for me, I have a real issue with this problem, which has come up before at planning committee, where we have term time use, for example, but if you've got 25% academics, it's not exempt council tax, it's not a student house. Sorry, so those are my points as well. I'm going to let officers answer the 3 questions we've had, and then I'll come back to Councillor Bick and Councillor Gardner-Smith and Councillor Bennett. I think we had a question on shared ownership, HMO conversions, students' numbers plus the policy, and on elderly accommodation.
I'm going to start on, hopefully, quite an easy one. It's about looked after children. So that is specifically covered under policy H/SH specialist housing. We've got a requirement to meet the housing needs of all members of our community. So that includes everyone from kind of older people, disabled people, people with drug or alcohol dependencies, looked after children and others. So that is specifically covered under that policy.
In terms of some of the questions around, say, affordable housing and the elements of that, so we've drawn heavily on the council's joint housing strategy and work with our housing colleagues. So the types of affordable housing tenure very much reflect the approach that's been agreed through those processes. On the HMOs, so clearly we have developed evidence through our housing needs specific groups evidence study, and there's quite a substantive part of the topic paper exploring HMO and its distribution across the city. We've proposed a suitable policy that's intended to make sure impact of HMOs can be considered. Then we come back to that issue about Article 4s and so on. So we've developed the evidence base significantly since previous stages of plan making, but we also write up an evidence that we think we need to do further work to explore whether there is a case for Article 4s, and we've committed to doing that further work going forward. Provision for the elderly, I don't think that is tenure specific. I think that's a general overarching requirement, and then we set out specific requirements from individual major developments to make sure that need is addressed. In terms of the student needs, because the evidence gathering tends to be more immediate, we've done a lot of survey work with colleges, universities and so on to gather up their need, but the evidence of need seems to be more immediate than that longer term. So that's very similar to the adopted plan as well. That had a shorter term period, so that's an area we need to keep under review. I think it was correctly mentioned, the needs we've identified through that process. The evidence-based audit also identifies there is a significant supply coming forward, but the timing of that will have to be considered as well. Some of that might come forward beyond 2033. But our policies also support windfall development in the right circumstances. So if AIU, as mentioned, have suitable proposals, clearly you have a suitable policy where their proposals could be considered.
I suppose the two tricky issues. How do we make something that's not lawfully a change of use? I think we've got a difficulty there for you, to be honest, I'm afraid, Councillor Porra. So the control of those change of use, I don't think we can put a policy in place that makes it's a matter of law, not a matter of policy. In terms of your point about staff within student accommodation, certainly from some of the conversations that I've had with colleges recently, there is a real issue of supervision of students by staff, particularly because a number of those staff, as you say, they're earning a salary, but they are indeed lower paid, and so they are living a considerable distance from actually the students that they're supposed to be supervising. And so I think it's something we can take away and look further at, but there is a legitimate role because of the way that students are supervised increasingly in the university, certainly, and in the colleges, that suggests that there is an element to which staff need to be closer to those units of accommodation. But Terry's got his hands up.
Sorry, Jay, just to come back on that, just to add to Stephen's comment, I think we might look at what the policy H/SA student accommodation is actually called. Looking through the policy itself, it's recognising the points that Stephen was saying is, yes, there's a need for student accommodation, but there is also a need for accommodation for staff at the academic institutions. And I think combined into that one policy, I think could work, but I almost feel like the name of the policy needs amending. Maybe it's like academic accommodation or educational accommodation, something like that, to cover both aspects of students and staff. Given
I think my point was, if it's staff accommodation, it should be listed as such, and given the right amenities that we'd expect anyone, whatever their wage, to have. But I will leave that with officers, but it is a concern. I think I could see members nodding in agreement. Councillor Thornwood, did you want to come in
Chair,
on
that? I think I know where this has been raised because of certain planning applications, and I think we need maybe a bit more conversation about this outside of the meeting. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And we had, I think that's covered everything else. Now, we had a few more questions. We had Councillor Bitt, Councillor Garden-Smith, Councillor Bennett, please. And again, brief as possible, I'd be very grateful.
Student accommodation 1D in the policy, the point that deals with no permanent net loss in the existing market or affordable housing. Can we make that trackable and auditable? Because I have strong belief that this is something that is extremely easy to say at the time of planning applications, and no one ever expects to have to demonstrate it.
Thank you, Councillor Bitt. Councillor Garden-Smith.
Back on HMOs, I think there was an article really recently talking about how it's become the reality for many young people to live without a living room, and that's in HMOs in particular. I note that in the policy around home spaces, it's done on a sort of metre squared basis, but it doesn't talk necessarily about shared living space and the requirement for that. So I wonder, okay, maybe I'm wrong and maybe I'll be corrected, but I wonder whether we can strengthen the policy on HMOs. Obviously, this applies to new developments, and there's a question about change of use to HMOs too, which is where often you lose the living space. But I do think that needs to be in there somewhere and strengthened. Just really quickly, I would echo the comments made about shared ownership. I think there is diminishing evidence to suggest that shared ownership is an affordable form of housing, and I would really question its inclusion in as part of an affordable housing delivery. But on a positive note, really welcome the commitment to 40% affordable across developments. Thanks.
Councillor Bennett.
I wanted to raise the new policy on self-build, and my concern is particularly the requirement for including some self-build in all developments which are more than 20 units. If we're including self-build, then the developer is selling off the site, not the building, so they're making less profit. I do not care about developers' profits, but I do care that that means that Section 106 and affordable homes may be reduced. So am I correct that that is a problem? Is there anything we can do about the policy, or are we stuck with it because of the national legislation? And can we quantify, if we are stuck with it, can we quantify what we are losing in terms of numbers of affordable homes and Section 106 funding? Thank you.
Go ahead, officers.
I'll just come in very quickly. So the HMO policy sets out under criteria 3 that HMOs that require planning permission must meet internal space standards, and the external space standards set out in the residential space standards policy of the plan. So hopefully that covers the point regarding living rooms.
I think, and just to note, Councillor Shield also raised a very similar officer to Councillor Gardner-Smith about the quality of HMOs.
Yes, sorry. So it's spatial standards, but specifically about shared space. Is that covered under the policy? Because it's different to having, you know, overall footprint where, you know, that might be met through bedrooms and kitchens, to having a shared living space that is separate from bedrooms.
Councillor Thorburn, did you want to?
So I just want to say that this is raised in planning, but it's covered, that specific part about the requirement for living space, living room space, is covered under the council's HMO licensing requirements for all homes where there are five residents. It's set out in that regulation, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't have a look at it.
Thank you. We've got about 17 minutes left, so
Just
brevity would be much
in terms of the
appreciated.
self-build, so the council has a self-build register, or both councils have a self-build register. We have a statutory requirement to meet the needs of those people on that register, and officers feel that one of the best ways to meet that need, given the finite resource that land is to make sure that they're brought forward on the larger sites, because that's where they're most likely to be delivered and most likely to be viable. So that's why this is a specific requirement, in order to meet our statutory requirements.
Thank you very much. I think the only thing we might have missed was the shared ownership and the reasonable management fees, whether that could be referenced.
So I think it's difficult in terms of reasonable management fees. It depends on what the cost base is, and clearly each site will be different in terms of its particular sets of infrastructure. So I think it's difficult for the planning authority to set a blanket fee and so forth. So I don't think we can help with that particular issue. And there is I think there are some national reforms that take place about the establishment and governance of that. In terms of shared ownership, the NPPF defines it as affordable housing. The local plan has to be in accordance with the NPPF. We have no option but to recognise it. There are different forms of it, clearly, but I'm afraid we can't refuse to acknowledge it because the local plan would not be sound were we to do so.
And I note in the shared ownership you have put the rider and other alternatives, which I hope we may be leaning on. Thank you very much. If that's all the question, I'm going to sum up. Oh, beg your pardon, remind me.
I didn't get the second part of my question answered. Am I correct that that making that change for self-build means less affordable homes and less Section 106 funding? And if so, can we log that?
So I think our view would be that it wouldn't. So clause 2 of the self-build policy says that self-built homes will count towards the market housing contribution unless they're specifically delivered as affordable homes. So that shouldn't be a problem that arises.
Thank you very much. So in summary, what I'm reporting back is that we have some concerns about shared ownership, but note the policy issues, but welcome the extra bit that says other alternatives. We welcome explanation of Article 4 or any other improvements around HMOs, and particularly any evidence bases that can be brought forward, if not now, but for Reg 19. We note that the student numbers are under review and welcome the fact that needs to be clear that will be revised. We note the concerns around the smaller HMOs, which was also raised by Councillor Shield, things like living space. There was the student house policy in 1D needs to be trackable. That was Councillor Bick's point, I think. We welcome the 40% affordable. And personally, I would like to see something, at least an aspiration for reasonable management fees in the text, even if it couldn't be in the policy, but that's my own personal view. But if there's any, I can see some nodding, I think that would be something that would be useful to explore. Because again, I think these supporting texts are quite important because it gives a steer to developers of what planning committee might be giving weight to, even if it's not necessarily in the policy. So is everybody happy with that? Fantastic. We move on to our last point. I beg your pardon. Councillor Shield also asked about the GRT community, and just for officers to confirm how confident you are that these sites will be able to come forward. I mean, I'm very pleased to see that our new developments have GRT sites built in from the start. But if officers could just answer that question from Councillor Shield before, because he kindly asked it earlier, just about level of confidence.
So I hope the policy is quite clear that they would be requirements, because the plan is required to demonstrate how it can respond to meet needs. There's also evidence, again, beyond the plan itself in the topic paper about how such sites would come forward.
Brilliant, thank you so much. So finally, well, we have infrastructure plus anything else. I suggest we put that all in the pot as we've got about 14 minutes left. Councillor Pounds, who is unwell today, did ask a question on infrastructure, which was welcoming generally a lot of the sustainable developments here and the sensitivity to the character of Cambridgeshire villagers. She wanted to ask about the possibility of light rail transport as well as guided buses, particularly around Camborne to Cambridge. Is it the case that the guided busways are being future-proofed to be able to run light rail if the funding were ever to become available? I have a suspicion this may need to be battered to the authority that deals with it, but could you just answer in terms of the local plan, is there any problem with that aspiration? I can see officers nodding to confirm this. Not a problem.
It has to be, bear in mind the plan has to be deliverable based on the evidence. The evidence that we've got at Transport Modelling includes the GCP programme and infrastructure like East West Rail. It does not currently include light rail. The Mayor has to produce a transport strategy to support the objectives, and he has made comments about his ambitions to see that happen. His evidence and the transport strategy will need to accompany the local plan, and it may well incorporate some.
Thank you very much. So you're confident at the moment there is some, we will pick that up as and when. Councillor Thornborough?
I also know that in the GCP Assembly future-proofing, future modes of mass transit on these routes should be considered. So that has been raised at the
Thank
GCP.
you very much. Hopefully Councillor Pounds will be watching the video later and we'll see that. Does anyone have any questions on infrastructure or indeed anything else we haven't covered? Councillor Gardner-Smith.
I'll make it quick. Earlier on, it was mentioned first mile and last mile for deliveries, and I just wonder, apologies, I might have missed this in the 800 pages, but sort of the specific provision for Cambridge City and Cambridge urban area, are there sites that have been identified that can be used as sort of transfer hubs, I think they're described as, for last mile and first mile deliveries within the city or exports from the city, because this seems really important in terms of our sustainability commitments.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
So, yes, so we are looking at that. Some of the big sites, so North East Cambridge touch on it, and Cambridge East, I think, touches on it as well. So there's an aspiration for the biggest sites to do that. There is also further, there's the policy in the infrastructure chapter as well, talking in under sustainable transport and connectivity to support that too. I also know, not related wholly to first last mile, but the combined authority is also leading work on mobility hubs, which is a connected topic, and they are the transport strategy responsible authority as well. So there's further work there too.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions. We had one from Councillor Shield, which was about how active travel routes could make sure that residents, so it wouldn't disadvantage new residents who might need cars. And I just wanted to add one on policy about the digital infrastructure, page 695. I notice it's only, the development has to demonstrate that it doesn't cause severe harm to the highway. That seems quite a high bar, you know, and I'm aware with using terms like severe in planning is quite severe. So I wonder if that might be looked at, because I would surely harm to the highway. We don't want someone building a pylon in the middle of the road, which this kind of might imply. So that's just something maybe for officers to take away. So we had, Could officers just address Councillor Shields' point, please?
In terms of the car parking and eligibility for residence parking schemes, that's really a policy to be directed to the county council as the transport authority. There are certain circumstances, I think, where developers promote car-free developments. That's part of the justification for the scheme, and there may well be a case for controlling access to on-street car parking. But as I said, it's very much a matter of transport policy and rather than planning policy, certainly in the city.
Thank you very much. Obviously, Councillor Shield can feed that in anyway. And I think, hopefully, by having these larger developments on active travel routes as well, we would hope that that would remove the need for a car in many cases. So we do appreciate there's always disabled parking available, I understand, as well as adapted bikes, I think, which is obviously something I mention a lot. Does anyone else have anything they wish to raise? There's Councillor Shield. Thank you for being there. Anyone else have, or anything else?
Smith.
Oh, Councillor Smith, I beg your pardon. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to raise the Grange Farm allocation. Now, I may not have the full facts and do stand to be corrected, but my understanding is the proposition is that it would strengthen the business case for CSET. Notwithstanding the fact that the forecast passenger numbers for CSET are 2 million per annum, and that's not far short of the forecast number of passengers using Cambridge South Station. So we have a precedent at Waterbeach where sustainable transport infrastructure was required in advance of large-scale housing, and in that case, the relocation of the station is going to cost £43 million, and that will be funded by the public sector, of which it's forecast that 17 million will be recovered from Section 106 allocations at some time in the future when the new homes are being completed. So, due to delayed Section 106 contributions, the GCPs will need further public sector funding to deliver its existing programme, which now does not include the whole of the CSET scheme. Now, when we look at the fundamental tests for allocation of sites, they have to be feasible, viable and deliverable. So what I'm uncertain about is how CSET's £160 million scheme is going to be funded in advance of housing development at Grange Farm. So my concern is that an allocation will be made and the infrastructure doesn't follow when you have an isolated site on the edge of the green belt without sustainable transport. So all I can see now is that this is going to require substantial public sector investment, which, given the recent decision, the Hartree decision, we now know cannot be relied upon as high risk.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Do any officers wish to respond to that?
The fundamental point, I suppose, is that the purpose for Grange Farm is not because it funds or contributes towards the funding for CSET. It's because it fits with the spatial priorities that you've identified in terms of growth beyond the green belt. The other important point about CSET itself is that there is a far more pressing issue for CSET, which is that it is required to expand the biomedical campus. And as far as we're concerned, no ifs, no buts, that piece of infrastructure is necessary to expand the biomedical campus. And so what the development at Grange Farm does is the policy requirement is for it to connect to the CSET travel hub in order that we have a more sustainable means of access for that development. In turn, it will make a contribution towards the funding of that piece of infrastructure in the way that Northstowe did for the busway and so forth. But I want to stress the point, it is not being identified for that purpose. It's being identified through a process that sieved a series of other sites to meet the post decision on NEC to protect the greenbelt, which was a central part of your spatial priorities, and to fit with the parameters that in 2023 were confirmed and which the local plan still advocates.
Thank you very much, Stephen. That's very helpful. I don't see any other hands up. We've got 3 minutes left, so that's rather good. Perfect. So just to summarise, we're going to report back to Cabinet that we are keen on future-proofing all of the transport strategies to make sure they can accommodate future needs. We're very supportive of last-mile hubs and that kind of delivery network. And I mentioned IDT severe harm, but I'm happy for officers to deal with that separately. I don't think that needs to go to Cabinet. Is everybody happy with that? Is there anything else we've missed? Councillor Gawthrope-Wood.
It is actually another point, and that's just about GRT permanent transit sites, which I don't think is in the report. You've got permanent sites.
Would anyone like to respond to that in the next 2 minutes, preferably, because we're about to hit our guillotine?
I think one needs to take, we need to take that away. The need is that we've tried really hard to find an evidence base, and currently the evidence that we've got doesn't support the creation of a transit site.
Thank you. I'm happy to note that for Cabinet as well, just that it might need to come back for Reg 19. If that's the end, we do have the forward plan. To be honest, the forward plan is Peter Freeman is coming on the 9th of December, and the rest I think you've seen. We've got the budget coming forward. We've got 3 CITT in March, and potentially some KPI updates. I'm proposing to close the meeting now unless anyone has something urgent to add to the forward plan. Councillor Gawthrope-Wood and I are very happy to take suggestions via email. But please do note, certainly for the performance assets and strategy, that 9th of December at 5:30 we'll be welcoming Peter Freeman, and obviously that will build upon the local plan discussion and also look at some of the issues around transport and things like that.
And that's here.
And that is here, yes, because we have the Guildhall back by then. So we're not going to have to disappear off to a different venue as far as I'm aware. Thank you so much to officers. That was a Herculean task getting all of this together, and we really do appreciate it. And thank you to Councillor Thornborough, who will no doubt be reporting this to Cabinet. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good evening.
Well done.
Can we take the live